Yeah. How'd you
I don't know. I should have heard.
how did you come to know that? And it's the brother. The sister doesn't have any, but she's not. I mean, I've met her like way before when she took the Rising Sun. Um, about really 10 years ago.
Oh.
Like early, before she was. I don't know where. Yeah, like maybe 7, 8 years ago. 9 years ago. Like before she was producing films. She was like,
Hi, everybody, and welcome to our panel. We have a really good team today. We have, I'll just go in the order. I'm not sure it's the exact order of the people that we have here. Jesse Siskold, who's Chief Operating Officer of Skydance Productions. Harrison Cordestani, President of Main Street Films. Daryl Miller, who's the Managing Partner of Fox Rothschild's Los Angeles office and Chair of the Entertainment Department. Adam Reed, Executive Vice President at Think Factory Media. I don't think Sandy's here. Harold Brook, founder of the Point Media Entertainment Law, and Stephen Hine, Vice President, Digital Studios at 20th Century Fox. So we know how to focus our panel for you. How many of you out there are on the business sides, agents, lawyers, and things of that nature? All right. Content creators? All right. Other? All right. If you would like to know more about our panel, their full bios are in the packet. So we'll start out, and we'll also have a 10-minute question and answer period at the end, if you can hold your questions until then. So in the digital platform world, has the deal-making process changed as the business has grown more lucrative, or is it still business as usual? Do you want to start?
Sure, I'll start. I think there's probably two extremes in my experience and everything in the middle. On one hand, there's still a lot of content in terms of digital that's defined as kind of low cost and short format. Sometimes there's no contracts and no legal around those things, and sometimes, and the best version of it's kind of kept minimal to kind of 1-page or 2-page agreements. And the other direction, and those are quick and easy. And the other direction, you have kind of very premium content. It's going to places like Netflix or Hulu, and the trick with those agreements is everybody gets excited by the numbers because the upfront fees are really high, but when doing contracts and licensing agreements for SVOD platforms, the reason the upfront numbers are so high is because the projected back end is so low. Because if you look at the windowing of kind of premium content for, when something's going through a windowing process, streaming and advertiser-supported digital platforms are at the end of that windowing process. And so, the reason that a lot of those companies pay a very large license fee is because they have to cover all the cost of production, as opposed to a television network or a broadcast network. They typically pay a licensing fee that's about half the cost of the show, and the studio has to pick up the other half of those costs against projections from home entertainment or foreign or whatever it is. And when making premium content for digital, a lot of times you just don't have opportunity to make that downstream revenue. I hope that wasn't too wordy.
No, that opens it up.
Yeah.
By the way, our panelists say some of them have done this before, and they say they're going to go into just a conversation in a few moments. So, but I guess we can just continue down the line to start.
The deal-making process.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I'll say the deal-making process in the digital world, from our point of view. I'm a lawyer that negotiates primarily in traditional film and TV, but we have a heavy amount of digital business, and I have a head of digital and production, Jody Simon, who actually he and I spoke last year on MCNs. So we've been, if you remember us from last year, we've been heavily kind of focusing on that space. We have a couple of clients who are doing really original and innovative things in that space. And yes, I think the deal making process continues to change. Last year, we talked a lot about the Disney deal and the awesomeness deals. There's still players out there looking for those kinds of deals, and you'll see a few more coming, I predict, this year. But the deal making process changes, I think, as a function of leverage. As more and more potential players get under the radar, big companies or people with big resources that are looking to kind of aggregate or buy into audiences in the digital space, that's creating leverage for deal makers like myself to make those deals and to get lucrative front ends and sometimes get lucrative participation on those deals. But just to keep it short, since we have so many people, yes, the deal making process is changing, and it is as lucrative as ever if you have the right leverage.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We let me get my plug in early. So we have a Netflix show at Skydance. It's coming out May 8th. Watch it, Grace and Frankie. But we at Skydance, I think on the digital side, have focused more on the premium type deals, so the Netflix-like deals that Stephen referenced, which boiling it down really is more of a sort of bird in hand type deal where you know you're going to make serious profits right away, but you may have a lower ceiling in the long run is sort of how it boils down. For us, I think it's changed the process and it's changed our approach even from a development side. I mean, we come from the world of making very big budget feature films and have kind of approached television with that mindset of we're going for the Game of Thrones type, very high budget, high quality. And a lot of places in the typical network world can't afford to do that. So for us, knowing that there's other outlets that will match or go up has really helped as a potential seller in the market.
I also have to agree, obviously, with my fellow panelists. But as the question was asked, it seems like a lot of people here are content creators, and I guess that's really important to be speaking towards that. And I'm not necessarily assuming that content creation means smaller stuff. It could be, you could be heads of major companies and trying to really get a feel for what's happening in the digital space. But deal making certainly is really taking two shifts in my eyes. That much like Jesse, my company's sold films, feature films to Netflix on a regular basis and made TV shows with Amazon and other shows that are coming. And frankly, those deals keep on getting more and more and more sophisticated. So that's really telling of how that side is maturing because, you know, companies like Skydance and other companies are bringing in, you know, massively budgeted film, TV shows and seasons. And obviously that has to get the prior legal attention. And then on the other side, I don't really know. It seems to me that it's kind of like a Wild West. I actually had some people approach me on a show that we're making on spec. It's an idea that we tried to pitch to several of the digital like YouTube-ish type of people, like Full Screen and YouTube, and we didn't really get a bite. So our team just said, you know, fuck them, pardon my French, let's just make it and let's show a proof of concept. And my partners and I decided to give them the chance. So we're actually letting them make 30 episodes on as a shoestring budget as they can to show the value of what we were actually pitching so we can go back and do that. So some friends saw that. They got really excited by one episode and they said, oh, okay, we'll give you, here's some, a non-exclusive place. We're going to be really big. We're going to go into all these cell phones and all the things that I know they showed me contracts and they've got deals with big carriers, and I won't spoil the fun. They're going to come out sometime this summer. And their contract was like half a page, and I just didn't get it. And I'm an attorney, so I know at some point I would be suing them, they'd be suing me. A lot of people would be suing each other, and I just said, you know, let me look at this, and and now I'm not doing my own lawyering. I'm always dealing with in-house and outside legal. So my only point being that I think that that side, once it becomes more mature, as the content gets away from, what did Seinfeld say last week? He just called YouTube the garbage can of the internet, and he said, leave the talent to the talented. And I don't necessarily agree with that totally, because really great gems show up, but as the zeitgeist changes, and as people really choose to watch a YouTube or full screen or channels like that, to get really sophisticated and mature content, not mature in age, but matured as in competing with network and competing with the other streamers, then I think by then, whenever that is, whether it's 5 years or 10 years or whatever that timeline is, I bet you the contracts and the deal making will be just as complicated as like when you close a deal with Netflix. So.
My firm does a lot of work in the digital space in addition to mature media. A lot of our clients who are doing mature are also moving into these areas, sometimes with a mistaken the approach that, it might not make it on their network, but it should be able to make it on the next tier of these digital channels. And what the problem with that is now generally when you look at a Netflix, when you look at an Amazon, when you look at Hulu and Yahoo, who are all producing, in addition to their sort of lower budgeted stuff, they're all producing significantly expensive shows that not only rival the networks, the traditional networks, but sometimes are more than. They are willing to overspend on certain shows. The thing, like everything else, is it's a emerging field, so that everybody is kind of searching. I forgot who said the Wild West, but it is truly the Wild West. We used to say that, what you have now in 5 years, this business is going to be completely different. Well, the way it works now is in 5 minutes, in 5 days, in 5 weeks. I mean, it is a constantly changing process. And, the way to watch a lot of this, we're very lucky. We represent a lot of clients in that space. Plus, we've represented the Netflixes and the Yahoos, and not on the same deal, though, because that's called a conflict, which, of course, none of us lawyers here know about.
Conflicts don't exist in entertainment.
That's what I said.
You're not in entertainment unless you have a conflict.
Exactly. The one thing that digital has done, and I think it's the next tier as much as anything, because you have to look at those as the big companies like Netflix and Amazon, and these almost as you're going back to how the networks work. I mean, those are the big boys. Those are the ones who are getting the agents are pitching to them the same way they're pitching to any other company. Sometimes they go there first. I can't remember who I was talking to about how some of these deals are insane. They will pay insane amounts of money to talent, it's crazy, but they'll deal structure. A lot of times they just think some of these companies think they're smarter than everybody else in the traditional media. And the reality is the basis of a lot of this is traditional media. You then kick it up into the platforming and all of these other areas. And again, a lot of times we haven't seen too many of these yet. I don't think we've ever seen any of shows coming off of Netflix. And we'll see how they do if they go beyond the Netflix world, if they're trying to sell international distribution or things like that fall outside. I think certainly my firm hasn't seen that, but it'll be interesting to see the kind of numbers they get, because traditionally there's always this argument that when you get product that hasn't been seen before, selling it into repeats, the new version of repeats, doesn't mean necessarily it's going to be a success. The one thing, I know I'm taking a lot of time here, but I figure this is the last I'll have to speak. If I do it this way, right, I don't have to talk about it, right? I cover everything and I'm one and out. Thank you. What I do
question was for you and you alone.
Oh, well, thank you. I thought that's the only one I read, so I thought I might as well. The one thing digital, though, definitely has done, it's opened up the floodgates. I think what it has happened is there was always a gatekeeper. It used to be just the networks. You couldn't just walk into a network with a good idea. Then it became, it moved over to the cable channels, so basic cable channels, same thing. It's now, but what digital has done on a different level is allowed all of a sudden content providers an opportunity to not have to jump through the hoops that you would normally have to jump through, because it used to be in traditional television, where a writer would start in the writer's room. You'd be a staff writer, move up to the next position, move up to the next position, and that's how they learn their trade. And I think now you don't need that whole track. I think it's very hard to come in with nothing, but you don't necessarily need to go through the traditional path. And we're talking about leverage. I know we're going to come back to it, but my theory on leverage is who's ever willing to walk away from the table has the leverage. Anyone willing to say no, that's leverage. And I'm done. Can I leave? No. Throw down the mic and kind of walk out, and I'm sorry. Anyway, sorry for.
No. From a non-legal perspective, I'm a content creator, run a production company, and for me, you have to figure out what the definition of digital is. Digital is so broad. We're all here at the conference, and everyone thinks it means one thing, everyone thinks it means another. But you have to kind of separate it into two tiers. You have the Hulu's, Netflix, and Amazons of the world, which of course are the top tier, and it's where we're all in business at, and where everyone would like to be in business. But that is really the top tier, and those outlets are maturing. The deals are getting a little more clear. But I want to talk a little bit about the other side too, which is the true digital plays in a sense of taking them to traditional TV. So we just sold 2 shows, one to Sci-Fi and one to HLN on the unscripted side. I will tell you, these are 2 shows with some very big YouTube talent that have a huge following on YouTube. And these networks, as great as they are, they're not ready for this talent. They don't understand this medium yet. So it is, I agree with these guys, it is the wild, wild west on that side of things, because these networks aren't sure, because traditionally when I go out and sell a show, the network wants to own pretty much everything. And, sometimes we retain ownership, sometimes we don't. But the rules have changed now, because the people that are in control truly, and I think have the most leverage, are these content creators, are these talent that are building themselves on YouTube. And then as television producers, we're saying, okay, there's something here, more than just online on YouTube. Let's get them to TV. But when we're in the negotiations with these networks right now, they go, well, why can't I get a piece of that, back end of what they're getting off their MCNs? Why can't I own a piece of that YouTube channel? And I will tell you, again, from a leverage perspective, you have to be careful as a content creator. A lot of people, on one hand, what's good right now is that there are not a lot of gatekeepers, as you said. On the other hand, that makes the point of entry very, very low and easy, and everyone or anyone can get in. So I would tell you, strategically, if you want leverage, as much as you want to go out and be the guy or the girl that has the idea and the show and sell it, and I've got the leverage and I've got the talent, it's important that you find a partner, if you haven't done it enough before, that can help you with that leverage. We partner with people all the time who have talent that bring them in, and then we build shows out of them. But the only way I can say to any of these networks that I'm in deal with, no, we're not doing that deal, it's as these guys said, we're willing to walk away because we have the track record to do it. But my partner on it, who may be, a YouTube star or someone who brought the YouTube star in, doesn't have that ability to do it, whether they're big on YouTube or not. So my point in all that is to really, the leverage lies within the talent. In my perspective, align yourself with the talent. Of course, it's great to have great lawyers. In my estimation, no disrespect to any lawyers, because we have a lot of them, the lawyers oftentimes get in the way. And what I mean by that is there's so many deal points, and the deals take so long that sometimes the networks grow weary of it and move on. So what I would tell you is make sure that you have a good relationship with your lawyer, so that you could say, you know what, I know you're the lawyer and tell me to do this, but I feel like I have to do this, because at a certain point, as a production company, the deal may get too long in the teeth for me, and I'm going to walk away as well.
Yeah.
That creates a sort of an interesting segue into our next question, which was about the different types of packaging and funding that are coming together today with these types of deals. isn't the YouTube star, when they're picked up by the network, being, packaged to become something else?
Yes and no. Here's what's fascinating. These kids on YouTube, and I say kids, but these kids on YouTube are making $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, $1 million, $2 million a year. They don't need the money from TV. But the smart ones, there are a lot of that I met with over the past year and a half. Are like, I'm not sure if I want to get in TV. I'm making so much money here, which I get. But I'll tell you, the 2 shows that we just sold, those kids were very, very smart, and they see the opportunity that TV will bring to them. Really, all TV is for them is a marketing tool. So they're willing to, maybe massage the concept with the network. So it still highlights what they do as a piece of YouTube talent, but it allows them to really go much broader, so that TV is feeding digital and digital is feeding TV. And in an ideal world, that's what you want it to be. And you look at shows like Grace Helbig show, which is just now on E, and Jack Vale's doing well on HLN. These are a couple of the earliest YouTube shows that are actually gaining traction. And I will tell you, there's a lot more of it coming, but the networks don't really understand it yet.
Adam, are the networks actually making deals where if that YouTube star or social star can't actually translate and bring his or her followers to translate them into actual ratings, and do they get paid less, or is that total risk going in for the network? How's that working?
Well, unfortunately, the amount they get paid is a crappy amount regardless, because it's cable unscripted television. But no, I haven't seen it in my deals yet where anyone's getting less if they can't translate the viewers. I think it is such the wild, wild west that if you look at basically all of cable unscripted right now, everything's dropping in ratings. So the networks are scrambling, going, well, wait, they've got 10 million subscribers on this and 6 million here and this, that. So they think it's going to translate. It hasn't always translated.
And the reverse of that, like, let's say, are they doing short-term deals so that if it just completely goes crazy and on the second season, then they go,
well, it's interesting you bring that up. It's kind of the blessing and the curse of selling these types of shows. So I won't tell you which network, but the initial offer of episodes is 4 episodes. So I think it cuts both ways, because they're kind of dipping their toe in the water to see if it translates. Of course, when they do the deal on the talent, they have the talent locked up for 4, 5, 6 options. So contractually, they'd have to stick by that. But we all know once something's a huge success, we go back to the table. So, the networks are tentative to dip their toe in the water. They're doing small numbers of episodes. The other network that we're in business with is doing a bigger order because they truly believe in the series. But I think the first network, they're trying a scatter play of, hey, let's try a bunch of YouTube talent, see what hits, and then we may or may not in a season 2 order more than 4 episodes. And it's frustrating as a content provider and producer. Like, I don't know how to build an audience in 4 episodes, especially when they're half-hour shows and they're going to double stack them, so you have 2 weeks.
And how much advertisement do they give you? Does the network give you for like a month before 2? Like, you see ads.
You're lucky if you get it a month out. You're very lucky if you get it a month out. Typically, I will tell you, most of these unscripted networks, it depends on how big the show is, of course. If it's a big show, they're going to put some marketing and promo behind it. But the fact of the matter is, a big reason the networks are doing the deal is because their marketing and ad dollars are so stretched right now that they feel that the YouTube audience will make up for that. So it's a Wild West. It's challenging, and I don't think anybody's really figured it out yet, which is what I love about it, because we're all, kind of trying to figure it out. But it's challenging because there's no guarantee with any of these networks.
Well, while we don't know what's going on, have any of you done, especially on the business side, done a funding or a certain type of packaging or funding deal that was interesting or different than what you've done with traditional media?
I'll tell you one that I can't really get too far into the deal we're doing now, but I'll tell you, historically, I thought that what Google did, Google came out and basically gave $100 million to a bunch of creators, as we know, 2 or 3 years ago. And the really interesting thing there is most of Hollywood says, we'll pay you $100 million, we own everything. Google basically said, we'll pay $100 million and you own everything. And they really weren't interested in the content. They were interested in the metrics behind the content. And that was interesting. Then it moved to a place where Google kind of learned from that, and then they went into a subscription model and said, we're not just going to give you $100 million for the right ones with the right audiences. You know, we're going to create these subscription models with different tiers and kind of watch what those metrics do. And now we've actually moved to a new place where we're seeing deals funded now where Google, sort of like in the old days, Walmart, would just write a big check and for something that's really unique. We have a client with a really unique asset, and they're just saying, you know, we're at a super huge check because we want to see if we can take this super huge, you know, unique content around the world and get 1 billion people to watch. And we're looking at where retail numbers may be, you know, $20 comparatively, Google's going to sell it for like $3. And we're just, you know, our head spinning, but it's a really interesting deal because the upfront money is wildly, you know, successful for any artist, for any content owner. And Google's funding the whole thing. We're going to take the ride. So I can't get into the specifics, but they moved from just here's your money, here's the content, to subscription, to now they're doing really interesting large deals. And I did a similar one with Walmart as they were getting in. When Walmart experimented with television and records, you know, they would write, you know, $50 million check to, you know, to market something, and that's bigger than most television network budgets, you know. So that's happening now. So if you're a content creator with something highly unique or an asset that's highly unique, I'm finding that the big players that have the resources are creating interesting partnerships, and we're able to leverage those partnerships into real dollars right now, and potentially significant dollars on the back end if big companies like Google in the digital space are correct.
Sort of related to that, are any of you finding that sponsorships that your shows have, or product placements or things like that, are getting, that you've set up in the digital world, get in trouble when you move to traditional media?
Let me just piggyback on something Daryl said really quickly, because we don't have very interesting financing, generally speaking. I mean, we have a pretty set up facility with solid investment behind us. But I think there's something probably we all agree to, which is the cable sort of ad revenue model is on very shaky ground and potentially broken. I don't know how many people watch live television right now and watch their way through the ads. I don't. I mean, if it's a sporting event, I have to see live. That's about the only time for me. And I think as you scale younger, it's only worse. So, and cable companies are aware of that. We're aware of it.
My 4-year-old asked me yesterday what a channel was. She had no idea. Said like it's not on the channel, and she's like, oh, what is that? Like,
exactly the point. And I think we don't deal with unscripted as much, Adam's alluding to, but we've been playing with it on the sports side a little bit, and the margins are so razor thin as they're offered. I mean, it's almost not worth it unless you want to just bank on this one day becoming a very big success. So we have a sports show, and we've decided we're better off going, I don't want to name it, but we have an offer from a major network. It's known for sports and things. It's not ESPN. And we've looked, you know, we're exploring with the Gatorades and the Anheuser-Busch's and the Red Bulls of the world, and going with a pure sponsorship model and launching it on one of their .coms, actually economically better for us. And I actually wonder, I mean, this is a question for everyone, but at some level, will a lot of this sort of lower margin shows just move to pure sponsorships? You know, where it's brought to you by, almost like the old days. Then
go back to the beginning, right? Brought to you by Westinghouse. You know, I mean, that's how it all started.
Because the commercial value is just continuing to dip outside of very rare situations.
And basically on the same point as them, and I'm not really sure how that works on like Adam's shows, but we're doing a pretty small show in comparison to everything else we're talking about, like a Saturday morning show for one of the networks. And we kind of had the idea of why not go back, and it's family oriented. And we went back and offered to pay for the whole thing instead of having it be financed. And we completely changed the dynamics of the revenue model. Instead of us getting a small portion internationally and for format rights, we actually turned it exactly upside down, and they get a very small percentage and we get everything. And the great thing, and as you know, we were just hearing, the majority of the finance ended up being paid for by sponsorships. So, you know, but we took the first step and said, we'll take the risk. And so that was a big, that was a really great coup for us.
Yeah.
So.
I really predict that we have to go back to that space, and that's going to be more, where sponsors or just strategic partnerships are really going to be the things that cut through, because it just makes more economic sense for everyone. The sponsor who knows that they can narrowly work with the partner that can get the audience and bring the audience that they want, and then the filmmaker or the creator, or that basically says, look, I'm not going to just throw my stuff out there and take tiny dollars because you're not really focusing on it, and then ultimately lose and you still own my content. So I think those who have the leverage, and we're talking about leverage, and find the right partners. We've done stuff with Red Bulls and others. I mean, they're out there actively looking to say they want more of a return on their dollars, and you want more of a potential platform for its success. And so I just think it's going to be inevitable that more of these deals will occur, because you have to cut through now an incredible morass of just static in order to cut through. And nobody wants to just spin the way they could spin. When there were 3 broadcast networks, they knew it was a third of a chance you were going to watch their content, right? When there were a few dominant cable channels, they knew there was a real chance you were going to watch. Today, there's just too many channels, and the younger generation's not even watching channels. There are too many ways to get to the consumer. And you've got to have, I think, really concentrated, heavy dollars and smart strategies to get to those consumers. And that, to me, breeds real strategic partnerships to do that. So you're going to see more of it, in my opinion.
Is that what you guys are doing at Fox, Stephen? Or?
No, I was just going to say the biggest problem you have right now is that advertisers are still scared of walking away from mass audiences. It's a huge problem, and every year around this time of year, in May, there'll be this big upfront meeting in New York, and the advertisers come, and there has barely been a blip in the amount of money that advertisers have been spending with the networks. It's frightening, because, like you're saying, you would think that advertisers would look at this and go, you're not delivering what I'd rather do a scatter shot and take shows that have a much more defined point of view that matches up with my product. It's definitely happening, but the bulk of money, and I don't think you'll see any kind of massive change until you see some brave advertiser or advertising agency who's going to say, you know what, I'm cutting back. I mean, we're talking about $2-3 billion, per network, some a little even more, that they're making out of this. And generally speaking, because of all of the clutter, it's also true on the cable channels too, but certainly because of all that clutter, they're sitting there looking at lower numbers and happy at numbers that, I have to tell you, I worked at the show
canceled, right?
Yeah,
or
canceled. They wouldn't get on.
It'd
be canceled by one episode. I mean, I worked at NBC for 14 years. These numbers are insane. I mean, we would, you looked at a number and overnight it'd be gone. And now you're happy to get that number. And, so I agree that the next step has to be advertisers getting more involved in smaller, and smaller compared to the networks, the cable networks, and traditional. That's going to be a big key. And I really truly believe that watch what the numbers are going to be this year. And they usually, June, the upfronts or somewhere, they start buying season somewhere around there. And you will see, like I said, unless there's going to be some major person coming out, major company coming out and willing to pull out $500 million. But probably, somewhere significant. And that's what will, open the gates. That's when things will start tumbling down, and more money will flow into, the places that they probably, ultimately right now they're saying that's how our bang for the buck goes, and we're going to be careful on how we spend it. But I do think that at some point somebody's going to look at themselves and go, why are we spending all this money? Let's push more of it toward these kind of things, new areas, new places, and others will follow suit because it's all sheep-like.
I want to clarify something along that. Now, that's real traditional model. To me, I call that, that's the dinosaur model.
That's the network and
doing it, but even within that model, you see a lot of dollars shifting from, kind of television to digital every year. More and more, they're trying to spin in digital. What I'm really pointing out, in addition to the traditional model, that's just new sources of revenue and new dollars that are coming into the game, where you can go direct to a retailer, direct to a major partner, and not going through advertisers, and actually partnering with a retailer or a major company that has a marketing budget and says, I don't know about television and how to get to NBC, ABC, but I know this brand can put, a lot of eyeballs where I need it. And those are the new deals for the new content creators or new companies with brands and leverage it. That basically says, look, I'm not going to even play in that space because they seem to be, have crazy numbers there. They're not getting the returns. I'm going to direct to a major brand or a major company, and we're going to cut a deal on the side. And, to me, that's new money. Those are people who don't want to go and just fall within that crazy system that doesn't make sense to spend $3 billion on ABC, CBS, NBC, and the other networks that don't have the returns. And the Red Bulls, the Googles, the Walmarts, those guys are basically doing real direct deals. And to me, that's the trend that's exciting as a deal maker, because then I'm sitting across the table from a marketing team with a budget of $200 million, and I might get 30 million of it. And that's a real exciting potential that didn't exist many years ago, because they wouldn't even entertain that kind of conversation.
I'll tell you, I think we are at a tipping point. I read a metric a couple of weeks ago, I think it was an ad week, that this is the first year that advertisers have spent more money on digital than on television. I think it was like 51% to 49%. So you see how close it was. From a sponsorship perspective, kind of on the unscripted side of things, also scripted because we do that, but on the unscripted side of things, typically, again, these networks want to own everything, absolutely everything. So even if I bring a sponsorship to the table, if I bring a brand to the table, half the time I can't even get 50% of that. Sometimes I do if I have a prior precedent, sometimes I don't. But for the most part, I'm not incentivized to bring a brand in, whether it's digital or whether it's traditional. And that's frustrating because we have the potential to bring in a lot of brands. I will tell you, a lot of the ad sales at the networks are resistant to that, where I won't even bring the potential of a brand being involved in a pitch because it will actually hurt the deal. Yeah, absolutely. So, but again, the gloves are off on the digital side of things. So the YouTube group that I just did the deal with, there's 6 of them. Last year alone, they had $3 million. These are 26-year-old kids. $3 million in direct branding sponsorships. These are brands, by the way, these kids have no manager. They do it all on their own.
They soon will, because I've noticed at the YouTube studios that the big agencies are starting to come in to the weekly happy hours and things of that nature.
Trust me, the agents and managers are all over them. But this group, they made that amount of money, and I just told them, like, look, keep doing it that way. We don't need to give that to the network. The good news is we can go to the network and go, look, network, these guys have already been doing this. You don't deserve to share in that. You want them because of their talent. You want them because of their views, but you're not going to share in that. And we're working on other distribution channels on our back end outside of the show that we're going to have on the network, so that we can monetize that back end on the digital with them, where the brands are coming directly to them, and we'll take it to a digital platform and just have that as a side channel.
At Fox, are you doing anything interesting?
Separate from brand sponsored stuff, we're actually doing a slate of feature films that are cast or made by digital native stars, people coming off of YouTube and Vine, and we're relying on their social reach as the primary promotional vehicle for the film. So if they have 10 million YouTube subscribers or 6 million Vine followers, or they're on Instagram or whatever it is, like, we're building into their contract a minimum amount of promotional support they'll do through those channels. And it's interesting, the issues that it's fun negotiating something for the first time, because you have all these weird things that have never come up before, like
what?
Like burying a tweet in your feed. Like, we ask for, you could tweet something, promote it, but then just tweet 6 more things and then nobody will ever see it. So we have to kind of build in this, we want 6 hours of exclusivity. You send our tweet with our link and you can't post anything else for 6 hours. Because we want their audiences to see the tweet, blah, blah, blah. And so we build in a kind of a contractual minimum obligation, but we also give them a financial incentive, like a real one.
That is different, because a lot of the deals I've seen, they've just been demanding quite a bit on the digital side, and there really is no additional.
Well, it's when you're trying to kind of
for what is
encourage them to be sharing and be tweeting and be promoting the film, because that's translating into real sales. Because the primary platform these will be distributed through are like EST platforms and DHD platforms like your Xbox and iTunes and Google Play, et cetera, and or cable and satellite VOD. And it's no secret that studios tend to have a reputation of having definite back-end definitions that can be kind of aggressive. And some of the other competitors who are in this space, such as some of the NCNs or smaller studios, they can, they're not so. They can be a little more flexible in how they define that, but at a big company like Fox, it's a little tougher. So we designed a workaround where it's like a per unit royalty and stuff that we try to incorporate. So.
With the deals changing so wildly all the time, how are you guys staying on top of what's going on?
Talking to your kids, right?
Other than working, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, our firm represents so many different new companies coming up. And again, since we've been on both sides of these types of deals, you really do get a chance to find out what other people are doing. I was going to say once in a while agents will tell you, but are there any agents in the room? Okay, good. They lie. They have a tendency to sort of stretch the truth. But
He's
I think
telling the
that's
truth.
the way of telling the
You're telling the truth.
Um,
And I would say that if my agent was sitting right next to me.
yeah. So anyway, so I think that's part of how we know. But these things do kind of float to the top. I mean, it's not something that so little of this is now proprietary. It used to be everyone would do no quotes. Well, no quotes mean nothing. They really don't. I mean, it's just, it's a small town and people, that's how we, at least my firm, that's how I find out things.
I think in this space, again, as you said earlier, staying on top of it means what, 5 minutes ago? Now there's a new change. Like for me, if I have a client with a tremendous amount of leverage, or those young kids you were saying who don't want to be in the TV game, I'm going to be like the Wild Wild West. I'm going to come up with some ideas, come up very creatively, maybe challenge the networks to do things they've never done before, and you can actually do it. To me, that's the fun part of what we're doing right now. The landscape is so different. Talking about, 6 hours around the tweet. Well, my client tweets all the time. They can't be, doing it that way. I love these lists now that we'll get sometimes with all the areas. You got to do Vine, you got to do Instagram, you got to do Twitter, you got to do Facebook, you got to do all these things. And I laugh when I come back, and some clients don't do one thing, they do none of it, and you have to.
And by the way, Daryl, my theory is the audience can sniff that stuff out too. So the networks can put it in the contracts, but I'm telling you, they know on social media when it feels like a produced
when it's
tweet.
not authenticated.
Absolutely.
But the point is, my
That's
point
why
is
they're not watching TV.
Yeah, it's the wild, wild west right now, and a lot of this stuff is really a function of leverage, function of timing, and a function of demand. And so I don't find, how do you stay on top of it? To me, I'll tell you, in the last year, I have done more things for the first time, in the digital space than I have in any other medium.
You
And
mean
so
just enjoying entertainment yourself?
Well, no,
or-
we're just enjoying pushing the deal, enjoying, finding, having a client that actually doesn't have to be on television or doesn't have to be in a big studio or Hollywood system. That's a rarity, for a traditional film and TV lawyer who does what, I got to fight, but I don't want to break the deal. These kids and these people, really don't need it. Now, they'd like to be part of it, but they don't need it. And it's interesting because you're actually creating real partnerships where two parties find something interesting together, and therefore there's a compromise and ultimately a deal. So the point is, I stay on top by, pushing the envelope, talking with your colleagues, looking at what's out there, and then just appreciating the fact that things will continue to evolve based on a function of leverage.
Yeah, I would just add, I agree. I mean, staying connected, having a network, not in like the schmoozy sense, but a sort of tight group that you can share things as needed, because it is changing all the time. But I love it because it allows you to actually apply logic and rationale, which is not traditionally how entertainment deals are done.
Right.
Entertainment deals, for those that don't know, it's generally so much of it is based on precedent. It's like, well, my guy got this before, so he gets it now. I actually don't come from the studio system. I come from tech venture startup, and this never made sense to me. I was like, but this is a totally different show with totally different people and totally different budgets. So let's actually negotiate something that makes sense for me. So I think having this, that we keep saying the Wild West, but having a kind of a blank canvas to just apply what would seem to make sense here. And I will often do like, but this is our policy, and people just buy it because it's all brand new anyway. I think makes our respective jobs a little more interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, in light of that, I forget sometimes that maybe for me it's different, but some people just to kind of keep on top of everything. So you have trigger points, not just to read Hollywood Reporter and Variety, but actively read stuff like TechCrunch and other things that are constantly saying how deals are changing and how one company's getting together with someone else. And suddenly you might read something and be like, wow, that sounds like a great company to pitch to, or whatever else, or whatever. But in line with everything everyone else is saying, if you have a lawyer friend, go take them to lunch, chat them up.
Generally speaking, do you think ask and ye shall receive works?
It was a collective no. That's what we meant.
Or depends on who you ask. and
It's
what you
still
want
a,
to say.
it's still a cutthroat
Just
business. No one's giving anyone anything.
Right.
If you could change one thing about the digital deal-making process, what would it be?
I mean, I guess I'll throw out, because it just feeds on what I just said, more open-mindedness, because I still think that we're dealing with new media, and the tendency is to try to fit it into past models. So I'd love to see more adjustment and willingness to sort of experiment by the traditional companies out there.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to describe it. I mean, what you're butting up against, coming up against sometimes is the people who don't want to switch away from the traditional model, using your description of it, or they're going along just because their client has told them. You can just see there's no real conviction. It's just a lot easier using the this is the precedent.
Right.
It's just a very easy way to deal with it until you go, wait, this has nothing to do with what you did before. You can't just use that number and reduce it down by 20%, or however these things go. And I think that's part of it too. You're going to have a buy-in. And it starts, not that I want to go through the trend of agencies, but it does start there to a large degree. Because lawyers, I think, certainly in the entertainment world, are getting it, because they're getting, assuming you have clients who are in that space, you're getting the fact that, you have to be creative, you have to do these different things. And when you come up against someone who goes, nope, that's what they got last time, they're not going to get any less. That's a hard thing to, I think that's where this becomes a really difficult process. And so there's such a reaction, I know what you want, but there's such a knee-jerk reaction, and I forget who I was talking Daryl, I think earlier, is, especially at, again, the more traditional where you're trying to move them to, is there's this knee-jerk reaction of no. Because that's the easiest answer you can give. No. Nobody's going to second guess you until the show becomes a big hit. And you look like a complete idiot, which there's a line that forms to the left. But I think that's probably the biggest thing, is he's right. It is open-mindedness and understanding the new dynamics.
And I'd flip it around too, because not just to bag on Hollywood. I mean, Hollywood, once broken through, I mean, as content creators, talent, it really respects talent. I mean, and whether that's just the agencies, the management, whatever, doing that, really respects talent. And I'm not sure for the most part, digital companies or tech companies necessarily have that yet. So they're also applying what they see as sort of the formula. And so it's really just kind of finding a meeting of the minds, I would say. So it's open-mindedness from both sides.
Well, let's open it up to questions. All right.
I have a question for Mr. Reed. I read your article in Forbes from last month, and you talk a lot about Middle America and how you kind of try to see what trends are coming out. Can you kind of describe your process on how you stay on those trends and what's coming out?
Sure. Yeah. It's interesting. I said in that article that I try to divorce myself from my own interest when my development team is coming to me and bringing me ideas, because I think inevitably those of us that live on the coast, New York and California, are a bit warped and think a little bit differently than middle America. I'm making a broad generalization, but from a development perspective, it's like, I want this intelligent stuff, and that's going to translate, and you have to boil it down to its very, very base elements. And I pointed out in that article, I mean, I have a great development team. But I don't just take ideas and pitches from my development team. Outside people come and pitch me, relationships. I meet people, they bring ideas in. So to me, the answer is I don't have a defined process in the sense that, it's only going to come in from here. I'll give you a quick example. I had a show called Preacher's Daughters, which was on, it's been on Lifetime for 3 seasons, a big franchise. And that idea was not my idea. It was not my development team's idea. As a matter of fact, I had a kid that I went to high school with who stalked me on Twitter for about a year. Not while we were in high school, but now. I actually didn't really know him in high school. So he was following me on Twitter and direct messaging me and this, that, and the other. And I was like, after about a year, I said, you know what? I've got to respond to this guy. So I responded because I didn't know he was going to show up on my doorstep or what. But I responded to him, and he's the one that had the idea for Preacher's Daughters. He had a reel. He found people online, and it made me realize, like, I've got to stop being above it all. Oh, so I know where the idea is going to come from. I know a good idea. I challenge my development team all the time to tell me I'm wrong, because you're right. It is easy to say no, whether it's legal or creative. So it's easy for me to say, no, that's not going to work. And oftentimes I'll say if the majority of the room says I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and then we go. So I think ideas can come from anywhere, and you have to stay open-minded about it, especially in the digital space. We're starting an entire digital arm at Think Factory now. I was just over at the YouTube space on Friday and saw some really incredible things that space is doing. So for us, we really are trying non-traditional methods, because here's the sad fact of the matter, as these guys mentioned, the traditional TV model is dying. It is, in my opinion, a river of nickels. The only way you can afford, the only way a company like mine stays in business is volume. But in order to have volume, you also have to deliver quality. So you have to balance volume with quality, or these networks that you're in business with aren't going to keep coming back. So for me, I want to get in the digital space because I see everything imploding on the traditional model. And to me, that's where I'm excited to go with the company.
Right. Yes.
Yes, this is to the entire panel. First of all, thank you for coming. I would like to know how do a network like Netflix makes money off of House of Cards, for example.
Subscriptions. They have an algorithm which I'll never share, but
Why would they make it? Why spend money on something that you don't need to make?
it's brought an unbelievable amount of subscriptions.
Yeah, and remember,
Their
Netflix,
stock price just
yeah,
shot up because of it. They have 2 weeks ago.
Netflix started primarily just showing other people's content, right?
Right.
And if other people don't give them the content, they can't show new content and get new subscriptions. So as they become more of a competitor, others are going to make, either get higher prices or start squeezing their model for giving them that content. I think it became internally, again, with this whole idea, if we got a big audience and we can create our own content and service that audience, we have a more direct engagement with that audience. We don't have to use Universal's, Warner Brothers content in order to get that audience. We're going to have a much better self-sustaining business model. So I think it's about self-preservation and self-sustainability.
And differentiate
their
them.
ability. Yeah.
And just differentiating themselves. I mean,
Or
there's
not
a lot of
canceling, not getting
competitors.
cancellations, right?
What's
I mean, not getting cancellations. Like I won't cancel Netflix.
Yeah. But it's it's an incredible. We talk about branded entertainment. That was an incredible branding exercise for them, because it made all of a sudden you rethought of Netflix as like, oh, my old movies. Now you're like, oh my God, they're premium content.
Yeah.
They're ultra content because they have the best show out probably last year.
So at the end of the day, it's $10 at a time. One subscription.
Right. Or $1 from a billion people. That's
Millions and millions and millions.
pretty good business, right?
I guess keep talking about content and ideas, and I'm a writer. I'd like to consider myself a director, but I have a production company, and we have great ideas and a lot of content. And without stalking somebody on Twitter, how do I get that and have someone take a chance on my ideas? I haven't produced anything spectacular and don't have this big name and all these connections. How do we get it to people like you, Mr. Miller, and Cisco and Reed, that are going to take chances on us and our content and materials?
You have to keep knocking on doors.
Yeah, I think
Don't let anybody tell you no. I don't know any other way to say it. Don't let anybody tell you no.
Someone finds you on Twitter.
Find me on Twitter.
But the content itself is
You know,
going
the
to
other
make.
thing, I want to add something too. You know, often say, are you actually creating your content right now? Or are you waiting? Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, the one thing I do love again about the space as a lawyer, there's so many content creators who don't have access, who are creating stuff and making the town come to you, right? It used to be you had to knock all day and get someone to see your content, but I know a number of executives and, you know, senior people who will watch content and find and go after the individual. So, you know, make sure you're creating your content, getting it out there on the right platforms, and then building your own audience. My most successful unknown clients have mega audience. One kid walked in with 7 million followers. Never heard of them, whatever. I was able to walk to a big universal system and get a wonderful deal. But at the end of the day, there are a lot of people who are just great at what they do, in addition to creating content, aggregating their own audiences. So don't underestimate that power. And that's the beauty of the digital space. You're not limited to coming to Hollywood to access to people. It's really about, you know, you having direct access and people liking your content enough to aggregate around your content. So build an audience. Hollywood will come.
Right, there's a question way back in the very back.
Thank you. I understand why most of what you progressed with this changes with the contracts mostly around content. How does this digital format affect the contracts for the crew members? You know, these kids are coming in and they're like, I got all that, you know, but when they get offered a piece to finally move on to a feature, well, they're gonna have to go through SAG. And I understand also that after IOC, a lot of them are now coming in and having these formats, these contracts for these different formats. But what are you guys seeing, how it affects, I mean, I understand why the content's so important, you know, unless you have a person who makes it. And how these Wild West ideas are translated to people understanding how things get done safely and delivered. That makes sense.
I mean, we shoot under union contracts. It's not, you know, and a lot of them look very much like traditional media contracts in terms of the protections and the rates and everything. So it's when it comes to labor, you know, at a certain budget threshold, it looks very much like traditional media.
That's the same for us too. Everything we've done on the digital side has been full unions, full rates for the most part. I imagine you'd probably have a different answer.
You look, the scripted stuff we do is union. The unscripted stuff where we can afford to do it, we do it as union. But again, it's shrinking budgets. I mean, you're lucky if you get $150,000 to $200,000 a half hour now, you know, for an unscripted series. So, you know, as much as I would like to be able to abide by the unions and have every one of my productions fall under that, the networks say, do it for this price or don't do it. So at a certain point as a producer, I got to decide, do I want to keep the doors open and keep producing and hopefully the volume pays off, or, you know, tell the networks no.
All right, there's a question there that I was going to take that one, then I'll get yours.
For those of you who were involved in deals on feature film and digital platforms, can you share some of the experiences?
It was wonderful.
Could you please be kind enough to repeat the question for
She was asking about, you know, when doing contracts with digital and how it relates to feature films, kind of what that experience is like. And it's like, you know, like it's very, you know, a number of issues are very similar, you know, rate and back end and definitions and emotional commitments and whatnot. But, you know, there's a couple of bits and pieces that are unique, such as, you know, that, you know, are you relying on them to kind of through their social reach to do anything for the film? And, but for the most part, it's the contracts are very similar, I think, at least in my experience.
But I'll tell you what's exciting, I think, for independent filmmakers is, you know, it used to be a lot of outlets in the traditional mediums to release your films. And I think many of those independent film distributors have kind of dried up. There are a lot, I think, in the digital space, a lot of different places you can go and a lot of different platforms you can put your content on, and there are brokers and agents and others who will help you do that. So there's a, you know, to me, that's exciting. There's a lot of places to sell your content in the digital world, which is way more than there were before.
Yeah, and I think that the big trick in the last 20 years, I'll say, is like, you know, with a lot of the independent distributors, they would, you know, they're making some sort of commitment, either financially or promotionally. And so that there's something in it for you. I think the thing you got to look out for, the content, when you're making a piece of premium content that you've invested so a lot of resources in, you know, is just going to like a content aggregator that's not giving you anything in return. I think that's just be wary of that. You know, if you're, you know, ideally you can get some sort of advance, but in case that's not possible and on the table, at least you want some sort of promotional commitment. I think would
All
be
right, there's a
critical.
question in the middle.
So I just collectively heard from everybody, if you are an unknown actor and you have a lot of followers and subscribers, there are people that watch you, you could kind of walk in with your own deal or send it to somebody and they see how many you have and give you a plug to come in and pitch them about their show or whatever they have.
Yeah, I mean, to Daryl's point earlier, and it's a very good point, create great content, put it online, someone will find it. I guarantee you, one of my development executives is gonna find you.
Right.
You know?
How did you get my number? I get it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So we trust me, we find you, and we find them when you create great content. So that's really what it comes down to. And to a point that somebody made earlier on the panel, the gloves are off. You have the traditional studio system and movie and TV and networks, the gloves are off. You know, you're straight to consumer now. You're straight to the producers now. You're straight to the networks now sometimes. So make it and we'll find you.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, and to your point before, I mean, if you're not naturally connected, you don't have a big name agent, manager, lawyer, et cetera, then at least it helps sort of the filtering process is that helps you stand out. For us, I mean, the built-in audience would be a nice feather in the cap, but your concept at the end of the day is what's going to bring you in.
What if you need help creating that content? So,
It's concept or content?
Content.
concept. What if you need help? I have plenty of concepts, but what if you need help creating the content as well?
Go to YouTube Studio. No, I don't know.
There's a question out there.
Hi, my name's Erin. I'm a content creator. Thank you so much for being here. I have a question that's come from some of your answers, mainly for Steven. You say you have many movies in development with some of this talent from Vine and small YouTube videos. And I'm wondering how talent to create a 6-second video translates to talent to serve a 100-minute narrative script.
I mean, it's not going to be everyone. It's just like every wrestler coming out of WWE doesn't become The Rock. You know, it's careful curation and evaluation, and you know, every boy band isn't full of Justin Timberlakes. You know, there's a very small set of them that I think have a reputation for being performers and being writers and directors, and it's about identifying them, and you know, and it's competitive for those people. It's not, you know, you're not going to be paying them scale. You know, there's a lot of people who are trying to be in this space. So
Also, whether it's 6 seconds or 60 minutes, you can tell often a breakthrough concept, right, or a breakthrough idea. And I often see, you know, that's what kind of that lightning strikes when you see something that really is unique, you know, fresh, you know, you see the traffic behind it, you see the engagement, and that's where you start to see people kind of swarming on. So, you know, short form content can play just as well as long form content from independent creators, because it's really, I find, about the concept and what works and what catches their eye.
All right, did you?
Sandra Marshall, hi everyone. Thanks for coming. I was going to ask you, first of all, I think web shows are great to do, but I personally do things I get paid for. But what about, I'm a tremendous actor, but I'm not doing stand-up, because I figured that a lot of people come to see stand-up and will write me a TV show because I am very unusual. It's called charisma. So what do you recommend about doing stand-up, and do you put it on YouTube? And do you go to stand-up, because I have flyers for everyone here?
I mean, I think stand-up comedy clubs are it's just like, I think it's very similar to YouTube in some respects. It's, you know, it's a discovery platform. You know, just like there are A&R executives and comedy executives and development executives cruising around YouTube. It's, you know, I think all YouTube is going to provide for you is another discovery platform. So if you can find a way to kind of get your videos shot well and produced well, and I don't think it hurts to put them on YouTube, because who knows who's going to discover it and watch it and that isn't able to make it out on Saturday night. You know?
Well, it's also just picture a development meeting and someone says, I saw Sandra last night. She was great, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm not convinced to get, oh, I can actually watch her act right now as we're talking about it because it's up on YouTube. That's very helpful for the meeting.
I have a great website.
Well, thank you for coming, everyone.
I'm sure.
microphone.
You can share with me, buddy.
I'm just gonna be quiet.
No, here, look. We can sing our duet. Like,
Yeah.
Do you guys know how they're gonna frame, like, what they wear for their panels?
no.
Yeah, I just was. Who's that? Oh, Joshua Jason. Oh, wow, great. Oh, wonderful. Let's go. It's great to meet you. What's your name, Alvar? Alvar, oh, great to meet you. Yeah. Yeah, Josh isn't going to be here, is he? Yeah. Oh, no, it's great.
Margaret.
Oh, wonderful. That's great. He's an awesome dude. Great guy.
Like a dozen.
Okay, absolutely. Thanks, Alvar. Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, absolutely. I look forward to that.
I don't know if you have room in your wallet for all the cards you're gonna get.
He just works for my PR agent.
Oh, your PR
No big
agent.
deal.
Yeah,
Just a little Hollywood stuff.
Well, I wouldn't understand. That's not how we roll in Altadena.
Yeah.
We're our own PR agents in Altadena.
because if you go to Google and type Margaret Dunlap and see what it prompts, they goes to our Petaluma and family therapist.
Oh, I see Tiffany.
I have this number.
What is she doing? She's getting a photo.
If she had a hit whip show, she would have that as you.
Yeah, if she had written for middleman, she would
Gotta make sure my cellular device is turned off.
I guess it would be considered rude to be checking our email during this. Although it is a digital.
Yeah, right.
So that what better way? I'm going to tweet my answers.
really nice.
Oh, you're trying to find a Wi-Fi connection?
Yeah, no Wi-Fi. Need to hook the VGA into.
What do you need, a USB to VGA?
Yeah. I'm clueless.
That should be pretty elementary.
You would think you guys would have it, right?
Out of tech. You know what to do? How much are we at?
So it's making money. I mean, to the thing, not just.
Hi, I'm Catherine Clinch, and I'm your moderator, and we are waiting to see if there is a VGA hookup, so we can show some slides. Have we found that? Okay. Any chance anybody has one in their pocket?
You guys look tech savvy. Come on, somebody's got to have one.
To hook a Surface Pro up to the slides?
Can't you hack her one?
I don't know. Let me see.
I think you need USB, right?
Yeah, I need a little thing that goes in here. But will that then, but that's not going to go in here.
On the right side of the room.
No.
Two. It was only two. It was in her eyes. She put it.
Oh, okay.
That's why I came.
Are these microphones?
The guy who was here. is like-
Testing.
Oh, please.
Well, it's cool.
It's like the way word of mouth, social media.
It's the little.
Yes.
Pro doesn't have HDMI.
But. No, because the little plug in. Hmm. No, okay, so now I'm ostracized because I don't have Apple. And it is your loss because I had some really spiffy slides. So welcome to the Creative Masterclass for TV writers. Can I get a quick idea of how many of you in the room are or want to be TV writers? Okay, so here are the basic ground rules. Yes. Yes. Super good, thank you. Yay. Okay, hero to the rescue.
Are we doing this?
Thank you so much.
Like that?
I was
Don't take mine.
video myself saying hi to Tiffany on the microphone.
Can you bring it up?
Talking again, so I called.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
What kills me about being a fan of Game of Thrones is that I can't then watch Game of Thrones because.
You should get me out of this thing now.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. I think it's a mistake.
It's on Funny or Die. Has a different
Thank you so much.
as he does her
Yeah, usually men.
No, it's not.
like the lead on Sully.
Okay, you want to put this in?
It actually helps. Like sometimes Game of Thrones, like, what did I just say?
Yeah, right.
You need that 5-minute distillation.
You joined the academy, didn't you? TV.
Now then, the purpose of this panel is to introduce you to the way that TV writers live and work. And the only ground rule I'm going to say is when we open it up to questions, and when we are finished, please do not ask anyone to read anything. The worst thing you can ask a writer is to read your script, because if they're reading your script, they're not writing their own. And also because that way we can get into a much more candid discussion. Thank you so much. Okay. And a touch screen or no? Okay. Yeah, like now I'm going to be fussy, okay? Now I'm fussy. Okay, let's see if this comes up. Yes. Oh. The rolling circle of death.
Oh, the suspense.
See, now it's going to be totally anticlimactic because how good can see? That's not mine.
That's the Amen Gala Rain Warrior.
Huh.
Go
Okay.
up to your file and open.
I
Kill
thought,
that one. Kill
Yeah,
it
just go
there.
out there.
okay. Oh, here we are. Okay. And we go to slides,
Bottom. Bottom.
bottom.
Stripes.
There.
Lower. There you go. That right there.
Thank you. You rock. You are my hero. So basically what we're doing today is we are looking at a full spectrum of TV writing, because it has become apparent now that YouTube is officially the fourth network, or the fifth network, excuse me. And so we have representatives from network, we have representatives from digital, and we have a development exec who's also a producer. Let's start with Margaret Schrader. Margaret has written Dancing and produced Dancing with the Stars, All Access, the second screen programming. She is on the New Media Council at the Producers Guild of America and is working with iPowwow, which is a second screen program. David North has written for NCIS, NCIS Los Angeles, Rizzoli and Isles, and is currently on Scorpion. Christopher Silber is on Cold Case, has been on Cold Case, NCIS New Orleans and CSI New York, and NCIS as well. Margaret Dunlap has been on Eureka, Middleman, Welcome to Sandition, and the pivotal web series, The Lizzie Bennett Diaries. Samuel Miller is on Mom, which may have led him to create something called LA Beer, because if you watch that show, it kind of pushes you into needing a little something. And I mean that in the best of all ways. He is an Eagle Scout. He is a black belt in Taekwondo. So please do not ask him to read anything, because he is also a specialist at tossing nunchucks. Adam Fratto is the co-founder of Harvardwood. He is currently on Haven, has been on Greek, Wildfire, The Dead, and The Dead Zone, and Walking with Giants, which was an early environmental piece. My background is writing old TV shows when they were still new. Hunter, Jake and the Fat Man, Foul Play, Heart to Heart, The Love Boat, Knight Rider, and Rescue Bots most recently. And that is what I looked like when I was writing those, in case anyone wants to remember me. And so basically, we're going to get started. And what I wanted to do is a conversation. So we're not going to go up and down the aisle, but I had met a fellow who was a film writer at a Google event. And he was being paid to write his third feature film and had his second one in production. And I said, what do you want to do next? And he said, gee, I just wish I could get into television. And I thought that was incredibly telling because we are kind of in a golden age. So if we could each break my rule and quickly go down the aisle for just like 15 seconds, tell how you got into television and why you chose television. Margaret?
I didn't really choose television. I chose digital and just an ecosystem of storytelling. I think everything is coming together, and why choose one? So.
May I borrow this?
It's all yours.
I always knew I wanted to be a television writer, and so I interned with the writers at David Letterman when I was in college. So I thought I wanted to be a comedy writer. I moved out here and got a PA job on a show called JAG, which at the same time was developing NCIS, and that led to a staff position on NCIS, and now I'm on Scorpion. A bunch of stuff in between happened. Chris is up.
I studied theater and playwriting in college, and I thought that TV seemed like the next logical step. So I came out to LA in 2000, and I applied to the Warner Brothers writing program, which was more like a seminar for a few weeks, but it was sort of a launching point that got me into my first staff job.
Yeah, I wanted to write for television because I grew up watching television, and I'm like this. I think early in college, a guy came in to talk about writing for TV, and he's like, basically, we sit around all day and we talk about fictional people as though they're real, and I'm like, I would like that job. And I got my first job in television was when a mentor of mine hired me to be the writer's assistant on his series, The Middleman, and that led to my first freelance episode, and that was the one that got started.
I got into screenwriting in high school and then TV writing in college, doing something for the campus station. And an alumnus, Chad Gervich, who's written 2 books on TV writing that I highly recommend, hooked me up with an internship at ABC that turned into a couple years in comedy development there. And then I transitioned to Desperate Housewives as a writer's PA, moved up as a writer's assistant there. And then 5 years later, I made it up to staff writer on Mom.
I don't write for television. I don't want to write for television. I really enjoy hanging out with people far smarter than me who do write for television, such as my colleagues here. What got me interested in television was I grew up a complete movie snob, was not allowed to watch television. So all the things that you wrote for were like, that was forbidden fruit. And I was a baby executive working for Michael Douglas's company, and nobody could afford HBO at the time. So we would get these clandestine care packages from CAA of, and I'm really dating myself, VHS tapes of The Sopranos. And we would hand them around like crack or Judy Blume's Forever or something, you know, so this great currency. And we were all so amazed that television could be like that, could be like movies. And plus everybody I knew who was working in TV was happier than everybody I knew who was working in film. So my next job was as a television executive, and I haven't looked back. That was about 12 years ago.
I was in the Directors Guild training program and discovered after the first year and a half that I really hated being on the set. And so it probably wasn't going to work out well. And then I realized writers never go to the set. And I thought, well, that'll do. So Chris and David, because you're both involved with the same kind of shows and you both know each other from working on those shows. What's the crosstalk like between shows like NCIS and this NCIS New Orleans or the spinoffs, CSI New York? How much crosstalk is there and how common is it for, well, how much the shows differ actually?
May I take that?
Yeah.
The NCIS is, there's a crosstalk on NCIS and NCIS New Orleans. Those are both run by the same person, the same showrunner, but NCIS Los Angeles, it was created by another person, so they really don't connect at all as far as that goes.
As for the CSI franchise, when I was on CSI New York and all three of the shows were going, there was almost no crosstalk at the writers level. The executive producers sort of talked to each other, but it was sort of like this weird alliance between countries where they're aligned together, but they don't really like each other. So we would actually have to submit ideas or arenas for ideas to the Jerry Bruckheimer company, who was the production company that put all the shows together, and request that we could hold certain arenas, certain story ideas, and sometimes we'd be pushed away because the mothership got prominence over us. We were the redheaded stepchild, but that's sort of how that worked there. And like David said, with the NCISs, the two shows that are together right now, NCIS and NCIS New Orleans, we are allowed to crosstalk and we talk a little bit, but there's not a lot of collaboration. We're definitely two different shows that have our own thing going on.
Well, given that they're two different shows that basically are the same show, what are the points that, just different locations? I watch them. So how is it that you try to differentiate your series from the original mothership?
Well, the NCIS, the mothership, it's its own thing. The way the characters interact, the relationships, and the humor that's underneath the show cannot really be replicated on another show. So while yes, both shows are about Navy cops who solve Navy cop crimes, there's a different flavor that you get from the mothership and hopefully from the new show, New Orleans, which we're still trying to figure out what the voices of the characters are, what's unique about that show.
CBS has always tried, when they've developed, first it was Los Angeles, then New Orleans, they've been really cognizant of trying to make the shows different because, it is in the end going to have NCIS in the title. And that's why Los Angeles, they went with, LL Cool J. It's Mark Harmon and LL Cool J. It's about, can't get much further apart than that.
So at what point in the process do you start thinking about second screen? Or do you not think about second screen?
I'll tell you, I don't think about it in the process when I have my writer's hat on, because I'm thinking about what's going to make the best story and does the plot work and will production like it. The day-to-day showrunner on my show is very conscious and very thoughtful about second screen, about how we're received through social media. It's become part of his life, so it's become part of our lives. But that's a different hat that we're wearing once the episode is done, and once we're thinking about it airing and things we can do to support it from that perspective.
When I started on NCIS in the beginning, working for Belisario, who had old school writer who had done Magnum PI and Quantum Leap and countless things, he didn't want to hear anything about internet or digital, nothing at all. Now on Scorpion, I know the showrunner is looking into trying to create some comic book content online that matches one of the characters, comic book he likes. So, I think it's been evolving, but a lot of it in the end comes back to personality of the person of the showrunner making the choices.
Just to interject, it's interesting to see how showrunners have transcended their sort of head writer status to become brand managers, and really are leading that charge and expanding it beyond the mothership viewing experience.
It's absolutely true, because those who aren't interested in it doesn't become a priority, and that's where you're not really able to be dynamic in how you address this new frontier. But those who are really into it are really into it and get everyone else into it.
And I just want to say that actually makes for the better experience. Bill Prady with The Big Bang Theory was a very early adopter of Twitter, and a lot of his fans were there, and it felt very authentic that he was on there and that he was engaging and that he was, sourcing set decoration for the show from Twitter. So there is a benefit to it, but it's not something that you can force upon a show. The show has to generally want to engage and do it.
So Adam, what's the recipe for a hit show? You've been on some.
You just tell the best story you can and pray that it finds an audience and connects, and you lock down your ship as tightly as you can and try to be fair, decent people, be nice to dogs, all the basics. What I'm really saying is it's mostly luck and alchemy, and some experience plays into it. Sorry.
How do you orchestrate the cast of characters behind the scenes when you're putting together a show? The writer, the producers,
There's a million different ways to do it. The question was, how do you orchestrate all the people that go into making a series? And everybody here probably has a different idea about that. But the best single way to do it is to have a defining vision that comes from one person that you can point to and say, that's where the buck stops. And all the rest of us just support that vision. Unfortunately, there are often many, many cooks in the kitchen, whether they are creative or financial or broadcasters or distributors, studios. But the only way to cut through some of that clutter is to have one person that you can point to. And that could be the showrunner, that could be just the initial creator, could be a couple people, but that's the only recipe for success that I can really point to, because when you don't have it, you feel it right away.
What makes a show fall apart then?
It could be the lack of that. It could be a lack of consensus around what the show really is. It could be that it was put together by optimism, not by realism. I don't know, guys. That's a really long list.
Lots of cooks in the kitchen is always very, very difficult to deal with. Content is king, creativity is king, and the writers really are where that comes from. So if you don't have a unified vision behind what your content's going to speak to, and finding your audience early on is always a really, really big win. That's where a show can really fall apart, even a really great show. I'm thinking actually Eureka and Warehouse 19 and shows like that, which I love. They didn't stay on for very, very long runs because they weren't able to find an audience. Margaret might disagree with me on that. On Eureka has a huge audience.
Eureka ran for 5 seasons,
For 5 seasons, yeah,
and
sorry about
over
that.
7 years, and Warehouse 13 had a very solid run. So
bad references.
I
Sorry,
mean,
guys.
shows certainly do, something like Firefly, which was absolutely
Firefly's
loved in the geek community.
Exactly. I retract all my examples. Firefly.
The other thing to point out here is just before we throw around the term hit too loosely, what is a hit and what defines a hit is really up for grabs these days, because you have this panel fairly split between the kind of the ultimate old school broad audience hit makers, and we have 3 people here who are in the CBS 10, and a CBS hit versus a hit for the Sci-Fi Channel or for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation means very, very different things with different priorities and different numbers. And part of what's exciting about television, with they toss out words like super serving and niche and all of this, is that you can do something fairly small and targeted and it will still be a hit within its own world. It may not be a CSI level franchise.
And then finding new life on online distributors like Hulu. Community is one of my favorite examples. It's like 6 seasons in a movie, and you never thought they were going to get it, and now they're on Yahoo Screen. I watch it every single week, and I'm glad that show is a little show that will not die because its audience refuses to let it. So.
Well, Margaret D., how about on a show like Lizzie Bennet Diaries?
About finding its audience, or
about how does a show like that define itself as a hit?
It's interesting on Lizzie Bennet because Lizzie Bennet Diaries was a series on YouTube. It still is on YouTube. It's a modern day update of Pride and Prejudice, told vlog style. And for us, because we started out as such an independent production, we weren't part of a multi-channel network. We weren't a YouTube partner channel. We were putting up videos the same way you put up videos of your cat, literally. And one of our episodes was, in fact, a video of a cat. But I think it's a case where, because you are in this new space doing something new and experimental, you define your success in different ways. And for us, that, the first time we went to VidCon and the room for our panel was full half an hour before the panel was supposed to begin, it's like, okay, people are watching us. And, the view counts are steadily increasing, in spite of the fact that, to understand episode 95, you really did kind of have to watch episodes 1 through 94. And that's a commitment. and just, having, at the most basic level, that we were able to bring in enough through ad revenue or eventually partnerships that we had the budget and the support to be able to finish telling our story. And that was a huge success for us. But one of the nice things about being in the news space is we were able to define for ourselves, like, what makes it worth it for us to keep going.
Sam?
When I worked in development, I had a boss who said that it's a business of failure. You look at how badly the attrition rate is for shows on network. And one of the things that cable's done very successfully is they've been able to, improve that batting average by taking their time with it. You look at a show like Desperate Housewives, Mark Cherry is someone with a vision, and that's, an ingredient, but he worked on that show for 2 years. It had a lot of different incarnations. It had a great cast. It probably wouldn't have been a hit without that cast. There's so many things that can make a network or a broadcast kind of show fall apart. And, it's very interesting seeing the cable space. Mad Men was defined as a hit for AMC, and back when it premiered, the networks were like, we would never do a show like Mad Men because it couldn't possibly pull the numbers we'd want on network. And then I think 2 Sundays ago, Mad Men beat whatever was on NBC at the time. So, the entire metric for what is a hit is changing radically, over the last 5 years. And for the next 5 years, I don't know if you can say Community is a hit for Yahoo. I don't know how you say Bosch is a hit for Amazon, except if maybe they sell more Michael Connolly books. But that's a different definition of what a hit is than what we traditionally think about, with the wonderful Nielsen metrics, which, tell us exactly how many people are watching.
I think Community is an interesting example, which sort of parallels, Mad Men. Even, if you look at, it established AMC as a network where you would go for scripted original programming. How many people were watching video content on YouTube before they were putting up the season of Community? That anchors their entire platform there.
Mm-hmm.
So, Sam, in a scenario where you have pretty extreme characters like on Mom, okay, how far can you go without going too far?
One of the things that's amazing about Mom is that we have many incredible actors on the cast, but with Allison Janney and Anna Faris, you need to have the talent there that's on screen that can ground stuff. It's always a conversation in the room. What is too much? What is too far? Are we going to lose the audience with this person doing this kind of a thing? And I think part of the benefit to the television writing process is having a group of people talking about that. It's very easy to get in your own head when you're writing a pilot and be like, no, this makes sense. It's a lot harder to do that in a room of 10 other people being like, I don't get what you just said, so let's try something else. You do, I think, want to push things in the current landscape. I was very surprised by the Coach reboot on NBC, because to me that doesn't seem like a situation where you can really push something to be noisy enough that it's going to break out of it. I think casting LL Cool J is something that will help you push it a little bit further, but at the same time, the audience has to relate to it. Lena Dunham did a web series called Downtown Divas on YouTube before she did Girls, and if you look at that show, it's very bright, it's very flashy, it's very over the top, it's very ridiculous. These people aren't real people, and that resonates in a YouTube world. Whereas for Girls on HBO, it's much more grounded, it's much more drab and realistic, and I think in TV, at least, people want to relate to the characters still.
Well, I don't want to break anybody's heart, but it was just kind of established that the median age of people watching CBS is 59. So Coach reboot is kind of like a no-brainer, because you liked it before, you're probably going to like it again. Oh, you're all old now, So this is for Chris and David, because you're really on plot-driven shows. And
old plot-driven shows.
and thank you, by the way, for having that little MacGyver element in Scorpion.
Yeah.
You're welcome. We watch the show a lot. It's always like, well, if we do this, if we do that, and it's like things normal people would never think of, which makes it fun. And how far can you go with a plot before you've pushed it over the plausibility line?
Well, I think it's just about the ground rules need to be established. And once they're established, there's just stories that I could tell on Scorpion that I could never tell on NCIS or LA or Rizzoli and Isles. It's just, you take it so much further because the ground rules have been established that these guys are, super geniuses and they're going to save the world every Monday night. Once you've established that, you start to look at it differently and realize you can do different things. At one point I wrote nearly an entire act about a ferret on Scorpion. And you don't have ferrets in NCIS, but you roll with it.
So how involved is the real Walter in the scripting process? Or is he?
He's around sometimes. I don't think I really want to comment on that.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
I want to know what NCIS has against ferrets.
Yeah.
I mean, I will see about getting some ferrets in next season.
Okay, I appreciate
I
that.
can't speak for the mothership, but for New Orleans, I will do my best.
Thank you.
Crossover episode.
Aren't ferrets indigenous to New Orleans? So Adam, what's the perfect personality from a producer's point of view of the best kind of showrunner there is?
I don't know how you guys feel about this. I think that there is no one kind of showrunner. I mean, it's barely a job that one person can do. It's in film, it would be the writer, the director, the producer, and several other roles all rolled in together. It is a superhuman Herculean, help me, writers.
Herculean.
See, I told you I need these guys. Herculean task, and there are, I could probably count on one hand the people I know who I think really are showrunners who do all those pieces. So I would separate it out, and I would say that you need that singular creative vision, and you need that person who actually is carrying the torch, who is the brand manager. You also need somebody who can deal with the network, which is a full-time job in and of itself, dealing with notes and translating it. You need somebody who can run the room, who is like the head writer part of being a showrunner. You need somebody who can do all the production part of being a showrunner, which is to interface with production, deal with all the micro decisions that really fall onto his or her shoulders, which is, casting and wardrobe and all of that other stuff, and then all the politics, and then all the second screen. All of that comes to roost at the desk of the showrunner, which really means it's probably some version of a team at the end of the day. We have started fetishizing showrunners in the television industry because we want there to be this genius person who, is the creator, is the auteur in the new television. Sometimes there is that person, or sometimes it's just a bunch of hype. So I'm going to deflect the showrunner question by saying that I'm not sure there really necessarily always is a showrunner. Really, what you need is to the extent that there is one, if you need somebody who's made a very strong stuff, who can tolerate having a target painted on his or her back from all directions, because that's really mostly what it is.
Yeah, we left out dealing with the main cast,
Oh,
which is its
yeah.
own full-time position.
That's full-time
and
too.
then post-production. Yeah, so there's a lot involved, and the people I've been lucky enough to work with some great showrunners. Mostly they are good at delegating. I think this is my personal opinion on what makes a good showrunner, because there are certainly showrunners who don't like delegation. But the ones who make it, at least from the writer's point of view, make it a better experience, are delegators, are people who have a strong opinion. And at the end of the day, the buck stops with them, but they're willing to hear what you have to say, and they're willing to use you for what your talents are. And it feels like a collaboration. Even at the end of the day, it becomes the showrunner's call across the board.
And when it's not like that, everyone feels it. Everyone on the writing staff, the producers, all the way down to the cast. So, it's starts with the showrunner, ends with the showrunner, and it's a night and day difference when it's a collaborative process and everyone's rooting for each other. But, unfortunately, it's, like any job, it's not always going to be the case.
From a second screen perspective, because we are perpetually the redheaded stepchild of television shows, if the showrunner isn't really strongly invested and doesn't have a creative vision for what the second screen experience is going to be, we come up with our own original ideas. But what we often do is we collaborate with the writers and work on ancillary content that they don't have time to develop for the show. If you want to have a lot of fun on something that might be more fan driven, or taking B and C storylines and really building them out, having a showrunner that encourages writers to produce that kind of content, to just create that kind of content and have it available in a time frame that we can turn around and hit our deadlines, that just makes the whole ecosystem so much richer.
I'm going to change the subject now. David, you kind of won the fantasy island of starting off as a writer's assistant and then getting a script and then getting on staff. How did that happen? And why is it so challenging for so many writers' assistants who do season after season of shows and never break that point?
Yeah, for me, the situation was just, it was the beginning of NCIS, and the show's creator just wasn't happy with the material he was getting from his writing staff. And I was, making copies and getting coffee, and started to write an NCIS script, and just thought, it can't hurt when I'm sitting at my desk. So then when I had 3 acts done, I gave it to the head writer, not the showrunner, but the head writer, and he liked it, and he gave it to the showrunner. So when I came in that morning, they'd put the script in prep, so I had to write the 4th act, and put me on staff. And then that was how it happened. Now that, is not typically going to be the case. Most showrunners would never do that, but the guy I worked for, he literally called all the shots, even with the network. And so it was a simple thing for him to just say, this is what he wanted to do. As far as other assistants moving up, from my experience, I've seen it quite often. I working for Shane Brennan, who took over NCIS and then created NCIS Los Angeles. He promotes from within every year, it seems like, sometimes more than one person. And then other situations, I'll come onto a show and see that, the show's been on for years, and that writer's assistant's been in there the whole time as an assistant or a PA. And I just think a lot of it just comes down to the dynamic, the situation, and definitely, of course, the showrunner is not going to want to add to the workload just because you've been a loyal assistant. They have to really believe that you can do it. And I think sometimes it becomes a situation where you have someone that's a great writer's assistant, but maybe is not a great writer, or at least a great writer for that show. And then that's when you kind of see that situation where they're there, as an assistant for long periods of time.
Margaret D., how do shows find their writers online?
Not how do shows find their writers online, but how online shows
How do
find their
online
writers.
shows find
Yeah.
their writers? Excuse me.
Sorry, that was not an unclear question. It just took me a second to catch up with it. I think, in my experience, frequently it's the same way that that traditional TV finds its writers, which is they're people that you know and people you've worked with before, people who submit samples or whose stuff you've read and liked. I had worked with a friend on a TV show who I knew was a huge Jane Austen fan, and so when I was working on Lizzie Bennet and we were starting to expand, I'm told Bernie Sue, the showrunner, I'm like, you really need to meet with my friend Kate Rorick because she would absolutely kill this show. And they met and got on, and she came on and did. So yeah, I don't think the process is that different. It's just, it may be a slightly different community and a slightly different set of connections. But I think, finding a good writer is finding a good writer no matter what you're trying to find them for.
I just want to speak to that because Ellie Beer is a project that came out. I actually connect these a little bit. I was a writer's assistant on a TV Land show, and the boss had no interest in promoting people. He was quoted in a screenwriting book from 1995 saying, "I hire staff writers to sit on the couch and be quiet." So I was very frustrated in that experience. And a guy I had worked on a Nick show as a staff writer sent an email. There's a Yahoo TV writers list, which I highly recommend you all join. It's now over 900 people, might be around 1,000 people on this email chain about TV writing. And someone was like, "How long do you give yourself to make it?" And I said, "Fuck it, let's just do it." And so I said, if anyone wants to be part of a writer's room for a web series, I got 25 responses. About 10 people lasted through the first 10 months. 6 of us now have seen it through for 2.5 years. But my problem with a lot of people in Los Angeles, even your friends or people you've worked with before, it's hard. People can flake. But if you crowdsource through an online community and can find some people who are dedicated and really willing to put into the work, you might be able to bear fruits. But that's sort of the online community. It's the staffing version of crowdfunding, basically. I don't think there are a lot of opportunities for that, but there are some opportunities now with the internet where there is a lot of talent in Los Angeles, and even the people in this room could meet 3 other people and say, let's combine our resources and do something great. Because, in Lizzie Bennet was really high quality show when no one else was doing high quality shows on the internet, and now your competition is community. You know, you
Yeah.
can't just have your iPhone and your friend who's not an actor. Like, we had a casting process, we had a writer's room because we really wanted to make premium content.
For the record, we also had the casting process, and
Yeah.
it wasn't, people are like, it's, Ashley recording in her bedroom. It's like, no, it is Ashley with a camera and a crew in our producer's bedroom.
Very, very well lit.
Yeah, it was set decorated. Katie Most, our excellent production designer. But I do, and I think that being said, I think you make a really good point there. For our second project, Welcome to Sanditon, we deliberately structured it for fans to create user-generated content to be able to interact with the main narrative, which is something that we couldn't really do with Pride and Prejudice because we all know how it ends. And we had a group of fans who got together, and there were like 6 of them, and they had a writer's room, and they had meetings. I swear they created more content for that show than we did. But it really was that sense of like, we all have this common thing, and they got together and they really did it, and they did awesome work.
I think it's worth pointing out, just from the perspective of what a writer's room is and how it came about. I mean, it's really the historical legacy of network shows that were designed to churn out 22 of something. And so you needed a factory full of people to churn it out. I'm not comparing you guys to factory workers, but I'm saying that's what the writer's room is. That's why you have people who are on staff and get paid to write scripts, is for volume. As television is changing in the way it's getting made, where it's getting made, how it's getting made, you're seeing shorter orders, you're seeing international co-productions, all of this. There is no one way to do a writer's room. I have a show in production right now that does not have a writer's room. All the scripts were done in advance by a quasi room of people on different continents. That's one way of doing it. You're also seeing more and more a common British model where there's one writer who's doing everything, 6 episodes, 8 episodes, that's the True Detective model. So while we're all talking about the conventional way to break in and what a conventional writer's room is, just know that it's changing really fast.
Well, here's my question to that, because once upon a time when I was writing TV, there were no writer's rooms for our episodic. It was come in, have a meeting, go off, bring back your beat sheet, get approved, come back, bring back your first draft, and you knew who wrote every episode. And writers were able to establish brands. My question is, how does someone look at the writers from a show like CSI or NCIS in perpetuity and say, oh yeah, I remember your episode? How does a writer establish a sense of self in that scenario?
Writing original material. When I work on a show like NCIS New Orleans or CSI New York, or frankly, even if I was on a show like Mad Men, I'm writing to that show. And I want it to sound like that show and be that show. Then if I want to be unique, and I do, I write original material with my own voice. And that's how, you get a reputation by how you're received by your colleagues and the people you've worked for, and also the quality of the material you're writing on your own.
Do you write in the same genre?
I write in multiple genres, actually. Certainly crime has been very good to me. And I would never condescend to that at all. I like writing crime stories, but it certainly
pays.
It pays. Crime does pay.
Thank you for that.
But no, I come from the theater. That's what I was interested in. I want to write about characters. Even when I work on procedural shows, I'm interested in the characters, whether they're the guest stars or our main characters. And when I work on my own material, certainly I'm interested in writing something that's character driven. I don't think you can find many television writers, at least at our level, who aren't thinking, gosh, I really want my Mad Men. I really want to work on cable. I want to do something small and interesting and not about solving a crime of the week.
I just sort of want to note the story of The Shield is that Sean Ryan was working on Nash Bridges, and the rule of the show was Nash has to be a good cop. He can't break any rules, and he has to get the girl at the end. And Sean, in response to this, wrote The Shield, where he beats a suspect, spoiler alert, with a phone book at the end of the first episode. So this was not a good cop. And I think, a lot of times there are people who write in reaction to what they're working on, or they just want supplemental material to show that they have the range to be doing different stuff.
But I will say, working in procedural television teaches you something that no other type of TV can teach you, which is structure. It teaches you in such a way that I know I've had many meetings where I've sat down with showrunners of other types of shows who've said, oh, what we really need is someone who comes from procedurals because they understand structure. And structure, as far as I'm concerned, is the key to whatever you're writing, period. It has to be structured. It has to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. It has to have a flow. And that's something that I learned from being on all these various different crime shows.
I think another great thing that the digital space has done for writing is, again, it's lets writers take what might be, so you're told to write 22 minutes for a half-hour show, you're told to write 44, 46 minutes for an hour-long show, but what we're getting into right now with material that we're able to develop, having broadcast and second screen running alongside each other, is you can write all 60 minutes. And we will be able to eventually broadcast all 60 minutes. During that commercial break, you're going to be watching that extra 14, 16 minutes of content on your second screen, and it's going to build out storylines you were interested about. And as far as the live shows we do and reality shows we do, it lets them go beyond the box a little bit, take those rules and then stretch them.
And the advertisers are so happy about that.
The advertisers love us.
So I want to go back to Chris and David because, again, way back when there was no internet, and so we had to actually hunt down things that would help us make it more and better. And at a certain point, I had the blueprints to the White House, the specs to the shuttle, and a thing called the Killer's Handbook, which is a CIA operative of basically the scenario of what they did on the planes in 9/11. Now, it's all been shredded. Please don't knock on my door. Do you ever have any concerns that in becoming more and better and more detailed and more granular in all of this stuff, that you're helping the wrong side become more educated?
When I'm in a script, all my concern is getting it done. Yeah, I never go there as far as thinking what I'm putting out. One time I wrote something about somebody was smoking a cigarette, and I remember it occurred to me, like, I don't know if that's too good, but no, not as far as, I think what you're asking, like really giving people ideas how to yeah, I've never crossed that path. But I know maybe Chris has. He's a better person than me.
I mean, look, I don't think any of the shows that I've worked on, I don't think we've come up with some sort of master plan to pull off something that hasn't already been thought of by someone else. I certainly think about what message we're sending ethically and morally. I always think about that. I think it's important, especially working on shows that reach, 15, 20 million people in our country, let alone outside of our country. But I don't feel that we've had access to, we don't have blueprints to anything, I'll tell you that. We have retired agents who are giving us advice on, crimes that they solved, 10, 15 years ago.
I will say, when I was a writer's assistant, I was sure that my Google history had me on all kinds of watch lists.
For sure.
So where do we think that TV is going next? I mean, the quality is definitely supreme right now. Can we get better, or are we going to start looking at a downslide?
There was an interesting article the other day where someone was making the assertion that we've exited the golden age of television. We've now entered the silver age. And what that meant was that instead of the great show that you have to watch, there are a lot of good shows that a lot of people are watching, but they aren't necessarily the same tune-in of like The Sopranos. And, we are in a very, very noisy climate right now. And we're also in a very disruptive climate where people are talking about unbundling or, just going straight to the, digital networks kind of a thing. So, since I moved out here in 2007, and that was the writer's strike, and the economics of the industry has changed a lot since then. And I think in the next 5 years, we're still going to see it shift a lot.
I think there's just so much that we can do. I don't think it's the end of the golden age. I just think it's a different way of understanding how we consume the content. I remember reading an article. It must have been like the mid or late 90s about a movie where this movie actress was so put off that she was starring side by side with a television actress, and now we have movie actors who are dying to get in on television shows like, True Detective, I think might be the best example these days. But also you have the freedom to experiment and play around with format, play around with content, with syndication partners, and just how your audience is consuming your content. I think there's just a wide, a huge area for growth, and there's a huge opportunity for writers to create something that they would never have the opportunity to do in a procedural or on a network show. And they can put it out themselves is the other great thing.
Well, when you talk about True Detective, I mean, who would have thought the miniseries would come back? And go ahead.
Well, earlier you were talking about like, what do you do to make a hit? And, I think you have to do what no one else is doing. Television is a business of cycles. American Idol hit because people wasn't doing variety. Desperate Housewives, no one had done the nighttime soap. And then that died, and now Empire came back, and the nighttime soap is big again. So, I think for a lot of these places, like, you do have to look at what else is going on and how can your show be different.
Yeah, it's very cyclical. I mean, I think we're still going to be seeing a lot of the staples, the sitcoms and the procedurals of television persist. Who will be watching it and how, and who will be making money from that is probably what will shift.
So, Margaret S., the Producers Guild, not to besmirch our Writers Guild, but the Producers Guild seems to be at the forefront of looking at the new media and what YouTube can be and what it is now and where it should go. Although interestingly enough, there's no one on YouTube who goes, gosh, I wish I could get that pension plan. And so what is it about this?
We have
that,
no pension plan, by the way. We're a baby guild.
What is it about the Producers Guild that's made them so savvy as opposed to the others that are kind of?
We are much younger than the DGA and the WGA, number one. Being a producer is such a nebulous. My parents have no idea what I do. Every time I try to explain it to them, they're like, so money? I'm like, not really. So the Producers Guild grew out of a need about 10 years ago to really define what our profession is. But also we've had amazing mentorship from the WGA and the DGA. For new media, it grew out of a need to, we had people who are writing for video games. We have people who are writing long form web content. We have people who are writing for, all the amazing content you see on DVDs. My friend Jeff, that's all he does. Like every single special feature you have seen for Glee or any primetime hit show, if you get the DVDs and you see that second content, there is somebody writing and producing that, and that is Jeff. And so it was such a discredit to this incredible group of professionals to have to, to say I'm a producer, and people are like, oh, so you're just like the face of it, like you're just the money. I'm like, no, we're sometimes we are the everything, and sometimes we are one thing. The reason the New Media Council formed 5 years ago was really to give a voice to those people and to really lift ourselves up in the professional community. What we do is relevant, it's real, and it's necessary. And some folks in traditional media need to know where to seek those resources, and the New Media Council really provides that.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up for questions. We have time for a few. Yes.
What do you find is the best room you've ever been in? Like, what made it so good?
Best writer's room?
Yeah.
Really, it's a question of the writers, how they interact with each other, and certainly the showrunner and what he or she expects from that writer's room. I've been lucky enough to be on 3 terrific writers' rooms. And that's not to say the other ones weren't terrific, it's just that they weren't writers' rooms. We didn't have them. We were off in our own offices, and that's much harder. But when you're with a group of writers who get each other, who play off of each other, who interact and accept each other, A, it's so much fun. You've never had more fun, and B, you're making story happen, and it feels good.
My first years on NCIS with Chris too, there was no writer's room at all. I mean, the room for us would be Chris and I trying to kind of sneak away to just bounce ideas off each other. But even in that case, it was like secretive. I mean, the showrunner wanted to know what everyone was doing individually. And so that's how I learned. And I think now, as tough as it was to be, right out of college, dealing with that pressure and stress and trying to figure out these stories, it's turned out to be a huge asset for me because I can do it on my own because I had to. And then a show like right now, what I'm on with Scorpion, it's writer's room all day. If you're not in script, then you're in the writer's room. And I think that room works so well because Nick Santoro, who's the creator of the show, he's the force behind it. He knows what he wants, and he wants out to hear everyone's ideas. And I mean, he's just a good guy. So it makes the room a comfortable place. I mean, I think that's a big thing, is you don't want to be in a spot where, and you'll see it sometimes, where people are just afraid to talk. They're afraid to throw something out because of how it's going to be received.
Yeah. The best writer's room I've ever worked in was, it had a great showrunner at the head of it. And also everybody in the room. I mean, writer's rooms always have a hierarchy, and so did this one, but it was also a hierarchy that was dedicated to mentorship from the top on down. Every writer, the mid-level writers were looking out for the lower level writers. The upper level writers were looking out for the mid-level writers. And that made a huge difference. It made it such a fantastic experience.
There's nothing worse than when you've got a room full of writers or a staff full of writers where people are out for themselves.
Yeah.
It's so destructive. It hurts everyone. Even if there's just one writer who's acting that way, it brings the entire process to a screeching halt.
And I would just add, don't judge a room by the show it writes, because there are a lot of factors. And like, honestly, I didn't think Desperate Housewives would be the great room for me, but it was a room that had opportunities, and it had like 5 executive producers with multicam experience. So it was a great room for me. And if you had told me, 15 years ago, Desperate Housewives is a show for you, I would have thought you were crazy. So, just make sure you go into it and worry about the people, not the show itself.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Senator Marshall, thank you for coming. So do comedians, rather writers, go to see stand-ups? Because as far as I was told, actors, to get more exposure, especially if they're great at comedy, should do stand-up. So I'm now doing stand-up. But do you go, the comedy writers go to see stand-up?
I guess I might be the comedy writer. I did for a long time. I don't think, I mean, it depends what you're talking about, and there was a great episode of Studio 60 where they went out to see some stand-ups to get a new writer, kind of a thing. So I'm sure there are examples that you could point to for it. What I would say is that stand-up probably helps your writing more than it helps you get discovered. And then the other side of that is, why just do stand-up? I mean, it's a lot easier for someone to discover you through a video online, either of your stand-up or of something else. I mean, that was how Danny Glover basically got on 30 Rock, was his video.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. You? Yes.
Thank you for coming. I would like you to interview, tell me the relationship of writing and technology. If you're writing, let's say, for Pan Am, you know that vision needs this kind of technology to achieve it, versus if it was, say, written when technology was so expensive to achieve. So when you're writing, do you think about, is it achievable? Can it be done under 4 million? Can it be done under $1 million? Or you just write what you feel you want to write?
I think once you've been a TV writer and producer for even a short amount of time, you start thinking, you can't help but think, can we achieve this? It's not it's wonderful to think, oh, I'm just going to write whatever I want, but you only have so many days to shoot, you only have so much money, you're only allowed so many locations. So you're constantly thinking about that. I wouldn't say I'm thinking about it from a technology point of view, because I don't know all the technology that production uses. I also sometimes, I will think, well, there's no way we can do this. And then I'm told, no, we can totally do that, but this other thing that you wanted to do, we can't do that. But what I will say is a show like NCIS wouldn't exist without the advances in editing and the editing going from into the digital realm, because at least at the beginning of that show, there were so many cuts per scene, you could never have actually spliced film that many times, but then we didn't have to anymore. And suddenly it opened a whole new world. And even more so as we moved on, we don't shoot on film anymore. We shoot completely digital now. And it's changed, and it's given us a lot more versatility than we ever would have had. Now, as a writer, do I think about that? No, but I've seen how it blossoms for us.
Also in the world of digital, if you are, the writing actually sometimes serves to push for us, for me personally, I know app development and our website development forward, because we'll start writing, we'll start thinking about the way we want the audience to interact with the content. And we'll meet with our engineers, we'll meet with our broadcast engineers and our coding team and our dev team, and our dev team is the same as the coding, our dev team and our web team. And they'll say, well, that doesn't exist right now, but we've been thinking about that. Let's try to do it. And that can birth some really interesting technology and ways of broadcasting shows online that really were not thought of or viable, 2-3 years ago. The leaps are incredible. The thought of streaming 6 cameras simultaneously, taking in 2 broadcast feeds, putting them out on a feed on ABC, and then having people interact with that through a chat room that's embedded, and then having them vote for what they're actually going to see on the show on Dancing with the Stars was not thinkable even 2 years ago. But we had the ability to do it this year, and we had the ability to do it even better this next season. So.
Okay, on that note, we have to say goodbye. So I'd like to thank my panelists very, very much. Thank you all. And most of all, thank you to my hero with the MacBook.
Be able to hear me better? I'll stop yelling. Good afternoon. Welcome to our panel, which is packaging, funding, and distributing from reality TV and specials to web series and indie filmmaking. My name is Gary Goldberger, and I'm pleased to be the moderator. I'm a lawyer. I've had my practice for about 8 years. Before that, I did producing, and before that, I was an executive for many years with an international production and distribution company. We have a very well qualified and diverse panel here. We have the law firm of Fleming and Fleming, Yuri Fleming, Haley Dixon, Jane Fleming, and Mark Ordesky. You've got their biographies, so I won't ask them to go into any detail on their bios, but just so you can get the extent of what they bring to the table and their level of expertise, I'd ask each of you to give maybe about a 30-second description of not so much your background, but what it is that you're doing now. Yuri, you want to start, please?
Yeah, sure. So my practice ranges from animated motion picture, live action motion pictures, to a lot of unscripted programming, whether it's representing a showrunner on the show, on-screen talent of the show, or a production company that's delivering the show to a network, and everything in between.
Nice. I work at Fremantle, and I work on the international division, Fremantle Media International, and I oversee North American acquisitions, programming acquisitions. So essentially, I look to acquire scripted, non-scripted programming from all different kinds of platforms and broadcasters that's produced here for first run in the US, and then to sell and distribute internationally.
I am a film and television producer with my partner, Mark Ordesky, so I'm going to steal his introduction.
Yes, please.
We make films actually of all sizes, and television. Recently had our show The Quest on ABC, and are in the development stages of about 20 different projects right now.
But you don't get off without saying anything, Mark.
Really? Hello.
Fair enough. And I would add just one footnote to what Jane said, is that Jane also over the years was a past president of Women in Film, and I believe is president emeritus. And helped build that organization into the very well-respected organization that it is today. I had written out some things to try to talk about, but they fooled me by putting no light up here. So if you see me peering down at this, you'll give me a break and understand why. Let's start, since the seminar title deals with packaging, funding, and distributing. Let's talk about packaging first. And generally, everybody on the panel, please chime in with your views. I'll have some questions that I'll ask to specific people, but if you want to say something, even if I haven't addressed it to you, by all means, feel free to do so. First, how would each of you define the word packaging used in the entertainment concept? Mark, you want to start on this one, please?
Sure. I mean, most broadly speaking, we typically define packaging as pulling elements into the orbit of a project. I mean, obviously, ultimately, when you package something, you've attached, motivating elements to your project, whatever that means. But usually, for a long span of time before you've actually attached people, you're simply drawing them into orbit, and hopefully close enough orbit that you can attract the financing and distribution that's ultimately your end goal.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think that since we're dealing with such a wide sort of definition of different media, I think it's really justifying investment and bringing in either co-financing partners or talent or anything to justify investment at the level that you need it is packaging from the way we look at it.
Yep. I mean, being that I have the checkbook, that's my first question. It's like, who's writing it? Who's starring in it? And what have they done before? How do we make it attractive? Something we could pre-sell internationally, or something that we could ensure that's going to have legs and going to be also a returnable franchise?
I mean, I would concur with all those definitions. From a legal perspective, packaging is also doing it in a way that doesn't destroy your project or create a lot of baggage or creates a lot of headaches down the road. So you don't make any person that you meet at a party a producer right away. And if you do, please try to have something in writing.
And Mark and Jane, at what stage in a project's life will you think about packaging?
I mean, from the very minute we look at it, You know, we came from New Line Cinema. Mark most famously was the executive producer of Lord of the Rings, which, you know, nobody believes now, but Peter had to do an extraordinary job of packaging the idea of Lord of the Rings in order to get it financed. So we actually review any sort of story with who's the end user, and because depending on who the end user is, let's work backwards to figure out how much we need to package and at what level. I mean,
Yeah, because packaging, it's really a two-step dance. It's imagining the elements that will be motivating and then taking the right initial steps so that you position yourself as best you can for those elements when you're ready to make that move. So you want to start with the end in mind, as Jane says.
Because I think that it's about finding the right level for the material. And you know, now that the title of our panel crosses so many different media, you know, not all media needs to be Lord of the Rings. And so therefore you don't need to package it as such.
Which is a great lead into the question I was going to ask both you and Mark, more Mark to start with. Talk a little bit, Mark, about specifically what you had to do to package Lord of the Rings, since we all look at that and it may be that the initial thought of many in the audience would be, boy, Lord of the Rings, you don't have to do anything for that. It's such a well-known property. But what did you do to package that, and how much of that translates to doing a small independent film that people in the audience might be contemplating?
Sure. Well, on the most basic level, even something as big as Lord of the Rings is totally relatable to a movie or TV show at any scale. I can't take too much credit for the packaging of Lord of the Rings, because by the time even though it came into my orbit very, very early in its process, Peter and Jackson and Fran Walsh had been building it for 18 months to 2 years before it formally got out of Miramax and into sort of New Line's clutches. But ultimately, when it did come to us, it was the same sort of thing. You know, the scripts, when we got them at New Line, were 2 scripts rather than 3. And there was a process of how that project was going to get priced to make it green lightable and what sort of elements needed to be had. I mean, most famously, people know this story. There's a thought that you needed, first, do we need big stars? Does Sean Connery need to be Gandalf to make this financeable? And there's a whole thought about whether that's really a good idea, as brilliant as Sean Connery is. If you're looking at him, you're looking at Sean Connery, you're not looking at Gandalf. And ultimately, the studio made the right decision, which was actually the counterintuitive one, which was to not have Mel Gibson as Aragorn, but to have Viggo Mortensen, not to have Sean Connery, but to have Ian McKellen. So I think it goes right to the heart of what we're talking about. Is sometimes the most obvious answer that Hollywood gives is not the correct one, which is you should get the biggest star you possibly can. And that's not always the right answer.
And the other thing that Peter did, and which is very applicable to any level of content, is that Peter built his team. And by the time he had rolled into New Line, he had built an extraordinary world-class team of artists and technologists and builders to say, like, look, not only are we going to package it with actors, but we're also packaging a team that's going to be able to deliver a creative vision that you've never seen before. Because although a lot of people don't remember, fantasy was dead. And the last fantasy movie had been Willow, and there were guys with, you know, like, you know, little people with hairy feet. So that was really what we were fighting against. And Peter, to his credit, and Mark and I call it the motivated creator test, he had gone through and asked every question he could of himself before he walked in for New Line to ask the same questions.
And then what he really did, which everyone does, he had a really amazing proof of concept. He put together a 30-some-odd minute video, which basically showcased all the work of his amazing collaborators, like, you know, Richard Taylor and What a Workshop and What a Digital, and how are you going to make the Hobbits look small? How, you know, in all sales endeavors, there is no such thing as leaps of faith, only steps of faith, and you have to lay the stones. So he basically did what Jane said. He anticipated every question he could get asked. He had the answers already. So when you give, people want to say yes, ideally. So if you give them no way to say no, your odds of getting a yes increase.
And one more thing to add is that proof of concept is exactly what allowed him to attract talent, which obviously we're talking about today, is how do you package things. If he had not proven to Elijah Wood that he wasn't going to make him look foolish, it might have been a different casting story.
And how does that translate to people who want to do a low budget independent film? What can they do to help move their project along?
Well, it's the same idea. I think it's you know, going through the steps to prove out your vision. So obviously the screenplay is your first and most important tool that you can use. But, we make sure that every project that comes through our door, that our filmmakers put together lookbooks, that they put together, aspects of the team that actually do serve and aren't baggage. They can actually tell what's unique about their particular vision. And then I think that it's also having some realistic expectation of size and scale.
Yeah,
Right.
we definitely believe in pricing your content appropriately for your goals. I mean, obviously, we grew up at New Line, and Jane was actually quite famously architected the whole green light protocol at New Line at the time. So the idea of having a sense of what you're trying to get a yes for, and do you have the correct tools in your toolbox to get that yes, is kind of crucial. And if you don't have that information, luckily, thanks to forums like this and other resources, you can find out what is most likely to help you get a yes for your price.
Yeah, I mean, for those who are writers here too, it starts even before the screenplay and you deciding what you want to write about and how you want to write about it. Because once you understand what's your potential audience, what's your potential budget, then you got to write a screenplay that matches that vision and that reality. I mean, if you want to make, a coming of age story with absolutely nobodies, then you can't write a screenplay that's going to cost $50 million. If that's your vision, you have to write a screenplay that's realistically doable for less money. If that's the direction, if that's your vision. If you're doing a rom-com with 2 leads, then you can write a $50 million screenplay. But it even starts then thinking about who's going to populate this project on screen and off screen to make it doable.
I think that's excellent advice. Haley, you do a lot with web series and digital content. How can people package web series? It's a new medium. It's being invented and reinvented regularly. What would you tell people about how they can package web product?
Yeah, so I think the number one thing is story. And, because what we're trying to do is if we're taking a first run digital series in the US and we're taking it to linear broadcast, which is sell internationally, it has to stand up next to linear series that are, first run produced in the US. So has to have a narrative story because a lot of the digital, first run digital productions are short form, they're bits and pieces. They don't actually link together to form a half hour or a 44-minute commercial slot for television. So it's having that story, it's having that narrative, and it's thinking about it before, right? Because a lot of the times people think, oh, well, I've already produced it, it's all in the can. How do I, take it to a secondary or tertiary window, right? Which is like, well, if you had thought about that before and you think about, what can I do now before I start production to ensure it has a life beyond short form? I'll give you an example. We launched a series called Park Bench with Steve Buscemi. He had this idea of doing a talk show on a park bench in New York with all his buddies. So AOL commissioned it, and it was a short form series, and they ordered, 12 or 14, 3 to 6 minute episodes. And we sat down with the producers before, and we said, well, how do we make these into 622s or 822s so we can actually sell it? And what we decided to do was before production started, we decided that the long form episodes were going to be the behind the scenes of like Steve, directing it and sort of giving the direction. And so that would be the connecting tissue, I like to call it. It's going to connect all of the little vignettes together. So that's one of the things I would say.
Yeah. So the message there is think about this ahead of time.
Yeah.
Whether
I had some people who shot 5 hours of a serial television show. I was like, well, can we sell this?
Right.
5 hours, 6, 8, 12, those are the slots. 5 hours, that's a really tough sell.
Yeah, and that's a big issue because there is no slot time in digital, right? It's however long it takes to tell the story, which is kind of cool and that's awesome. But if you're going to try and sell it into a commercial broadcaster, they need to have a slot time. So it's, between 22 and 30 or 44 and 60, and just try and make it be between those two. Your life will be a lot easier.
Yeah, think about who your end user is and even a secondary end user and tailor the project to that. Because otherwise, if you just make it how you want to make it and then try to find a home for it, you're going to have a much smaller chance of success. You always hear about people who get their passion projects made, but a lot more people get commercially feasible projects made than passion projects. And you can take a passion project and at least try to fit it into something commercial and hope that works. With a reality show, is the only way to get a reality show financed by going to a broadcaster and then having them license it, or are there new ways of getting reality shows financed, such as private money or advertisers or anything else?
If a network is not, if you can't get the show financed by a broadcaster, I'm not quite sure whether you want to still pursue that project. You know, I mean, it's not like independent film where, you know, if the studio says no, but you still believe in it, and you find some people that believe in it, you could raise the money independently and then even raise a P&A fund and release it. And, you know, you have some avenues there. But on reality TV, it's TV. It's, you know, maybe in 2 or 3 years, you can do an over-the-top network and there'll be more options. But currently, your buyers are the broadcast networks. That's how you're going to recoup your funding. Fremantle's not going to touch it unless it's got.
I was going to say it exactly like that, but.
Well, I can't because I don't represent it.
No, right. No, I mean.
The Fremantle to be very supportive and encouraging, give you some
Yes.
tips, but they'll probably want you to come back once you have a U.S. broadcaster attached. So it's something to consider. Now, if you're going to do digital and you're going to do like vignettes, goes back to what we're talking about. You can finance that through sponsors, through brands, through equity, with perhaps the hope of making that jump to television, and that's happened, and we're seeing that more and more. Headline News, or HLN, sorry, is now kind of focusing their programming on taking short form web personalities, web content, and moving onto their platform. So as a way to launch something, it's definitely doable. But to produce a TV show and you want it to be on TV, you need a broadcaster.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that. I mean, I think it just gives it validity, you know, I mean, it just says, okay, well, you know, we know it's actually going to be able to travel and be returnable and have that quality, you know, to it.
Is it feasible? I've talked to people who have come to me and said, I have somebody who wants to finance with private money a reality show for me that I can then take and try to shop. Is that a model that makes any sense whatsoever, or are people just wasting their time and money thinking about that?
Good luck. No.
Look, I think.
See, I tried to ask that in a way that I didn't invite the answer.
No, I
but
think it
that
could
was
be,
the logic.
listen, if you have a good show, you have a good concept, a good piece of talent, and you can get some funding to help you put together proof of concept, that's fantastic. And people will look at it, and you need that tape, you need that proof of concept. But don't go out there and produce 6 or 8 episodes of television and expect a broadcaster to come on board and, you know, put it on their air. You know, they want to be involved in it. So I would say yes, but do a really awesome 30-minute proof of concept sizzle, something that you can use as a sales tool.
Yeah, I mean, do not shoot a pilot. I mean, that is just a complete and utter waste of money, because a pilot, basically, if you've spent $100,000, $150,000 on a pilot, you take it to a broadcaster. Broadcaster's kind of stuck. They don't have a chance to give their input, which they all do. After all, that's their job. They're not just there to buy. They feel like they want to be involved in the process and get their imprint, and they think they know their viewers and what they want. So if you're going to do that, like she said, you know, do a proof of concept, a sizzle, spend.
Characters, you know.
Yeah, show the world that you're trying to show that your characters pop on screen and they work on camera. But I wouldn't spend more than $10,000 to $20,000 realistically. You don't need to have it broadcast quality. You don't need to color correct it. What it does, it just needs to show what you're thinking of, and then team up with a production company, or if you are a production company, team up with a network. Then they can take your idea and work with you in getting to something they want. Anything more than that's a waste.
As the new kids on the block in reality, all the networks have very clear mandates. And so you're really threading the needle. So if you can, exactly what you said, define the world in some form of sizzle and talk to them about what their mandates are, you're going to find you don't have a huge amount of buyers. So you really don't want to spend a lot of money trying to reach those few buyers.
Yeah, I can't stress this enough for people that don't already know it. You'd think, oh my gosh, there's proliferation of platforms and cable and network, and I've got 20 places I can take this, but you actually don't have 20 places you can take it, especially if you're I'm going to make a horror anthology show. Once you define what it is, you're going to find out you have about 6 places, and maybe you actually only have 3 during this year, 2015, because this year, 3 of your 6 have actually decided they're going to grow from a teenage, so information is everything. Having intel on the buyers and what they're looking for. And yes, people are always going to say yes to something that is awesome, but you don't want to bank on having the one bullseye thing that breaks through every single bit of rules to be, because even if you might do that, why would you build your whole business around doing that?
And on the flip side, if you happen to be a wonderful personality, or you know somebody that is a wonderful character, because go digital, you can very inexpensively, explore that in digital form. And then if it is at all interesting, there's always the room to grow it into something, but at least you're out there trying to build your own audiences.
Yeah, so instead of doing a pilot, you could actually put that funding towards doing a web series and trying to get traction on it. The other thing too is if any of you are developing formats, so actually formatted shows, animation is a great route. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I see animated promos and sizzles that really explain the concept incredibly well.
Shows?
Yeah, like game shows or talent-based, studio shows, or anything that is a very formatted show. Animation can do fantastic for proof of concept.
Two follow-ups, and I hope I can remember both of them by the time we finish with the first one. You had mentioned don't film a series, maybe do a proof of concept, maybe a 30-minute proof of concept, or do a sizzle reel. Talk about what, if any, is the difference between a 30-minute proof of concept and a pilot, or if that's too long for a proof of concept, or if people should really focus on a shorter 5-6 minute sizzle reel. What would you suggest that people focus on in terms of making something to show potential buyers?
Well, I think it depends on the project. If you have a game show format, you might want to do something that's longer, closer to 30 minutes than a 5-minute sizzle. If you're trying to show the progression between the rounds or some subtlety in gameplay, then that's okay. If you're doing a docu-series, you don't need half an hour. You need 5 to 7 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, just to introduce the characters, introduce the world that they're going to be in, introduce what they're like on camera. If you're doing scripted, that's a very, very different realm. And in that case, maybe you do a web series that you could stitch together as a pilot if that works out. So again, thinking ahead, okay, so I'm going to shoot, how many minutes am I going to shoot and what can I do with it? If you shot 15 minutes and you're out of money and you just can't do anymore, you just got 15 minutes of footage, may or may not work. Is a pilot the best way to sell that scripted format? It really just depends what the material is and what you're trying to sell.
Mm-hmm.
And who you're trying to sell to.
Yeah, of
Because
course.
if it's scripted, a lot of the times you're trying to look for a more experienced showrunner to come on board to sort of help you get over the
And that's
the
more
pedigree
writing,
hump.
right? I mean, I don't know. The networks, from my experience, networks don't buy scripted based on anything that's produced.
It's exactly. So for scripted, if you're going to put together a lookbook or a DAC or some sort of animatic, it's more about attracting your creative partners if you are a new showrunner, because those are the people you need to be able to get you over the investment hump.
Yeah.
Jane, you had talked about one alternative to producing a sizzle reel and approaching broadcasters for a reality show as being putting it up on the web. How would you go about doing that? How can a potential producer that has a reality show idea do something, put it on the web, and more importantly, get people to see it?
Well, what I was discussing is that, rather than thinking of content as simply, a 30-minute show on a network, if you have an interesting world and interesting characters and you can create a web series around those characters, it might not look exactly like a reality show, but you're engaging with your fan base and building a fan base that's interested in that. And there are plenty of sort of digital outlets that are now sort of crowdsourcing episodic television. There are ways to build that. And then when you go into the network, you can say, like, look, we have this many followers. This is what's going on. This is how we would blow it up into a proper half-hour reality show. But
Haley, do companies like Fremantle and Endemol Shine, some of the other ones, do you scour the web looking for potential short series that you can then acquire or help mold and stitch together and develop?
I do. I mean, I think it's not like, I don't know if I'm scouring the web, but I think there's a certain amount of, talking about scripted for a second here, of series that will travel because of that story and that narrative. And I actually did come upon one last year, and I'll tell you a little bit about it. It's called Blue, and it was produced by one of the 100 funded YouTube channels. You guys remember that a few years ago? Called Wigs. And it stars Julia Stiles. And it was shot across 3 seasons, and it follows this young single mother who moonlights as an escort at night. And because it was so successful and they did so many short form episodes, there was enough content there, about 11 hours of content. So I went back to them and I said, this is amazing narrative structure. It's written by Rodrigo Garcia, who did Albert Nobbs, and he created In Treatment. So it had the package there we're talking about, right? So it had the on-camera talent, and it had the writer, and it had the executive producer, John Avnet, who did Risky Business and Fried Green Tomatoes and lots of other things. So I said, if I cover the cost for you to edit this for me into 10 hours, A, and B, if you geo-block it to the US, meaning it's only available online in the US, can I take this out and try and sell it internationally? And they said yes, and we launched it at MIPCOM last year, which is one of the biggest television distribution production conferences. And we sold it to Lifetime in the UK, and it premiered a month ago, and it's rating 550% above their ABC One average, which is amazing. So, the license fee we sold it for is a lot less than what Lifetime would pay for a US cable show, but it was a lot of money for the producers, and it was all upside. So, yes, I look for those, but volume is essential. I have to have volume. I can't sell 2 hours of content.
Do you know if they tried to sell it as a scripted network show before they turned it into a web series?
I don't know if they did that. I know that they tried to sell the finished tape in the US, but yeah. But Wigs was created. It was, like I said, was with 100 funded YouTube, and it's all high-end premium scripted content about women as the protagonist.
So that's a great example of how the democratization of the web permits a show to get created and sold. There was no US broadcaster involved. There was nobody involved. Now, admittedly, they had Julia Stiles in it, who I don't know if she came cheap or not, but she's a name people have heard of. But somebody created this show on their own, and Haley saw it and helped them put it together, and then sold it as a series, which is tremendous. That's the kind of thing that didn't exist 15 years ago. And that's a wonderful move towards really helping independent producers. That's exciting. Jane and Mark, your company now works with brands, and one of the things you do is you work with brands and help turn what they're doing into content. Talk a little bit about how that works, please.
No, it's good.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll start with how we define brands, because obviously when we talk about brands, we're not talking about Tide detergent, but usually talking about people or artists or material that have some sort of ambition for filmed content, but have not have not been able to grow it or expand it. So I'll give you an example. We're involved with this film called The Butterfly Circus, which, if you don't know, is one of the most viewed short films ever made. It's been viewed 40 million times, and it gets viewed 1 million times every month. And it's a 20-minute short, and the people that created it, husband and wife team, the Weigels, wanted very much to expand it into a feature film. And they had this great ambition. They had no particular skill set or relationships to do this, but they'd made this incredible short and had this experience. So when they came to us, we thought, if someone had come to us with a novel, with the rights to a novel, and it sold 40 million copies, then we'd probably all, as producers, would say, yeah, okay, we'll definitely into that. So we worked with them for about a year as they were developing the screenplay, giving them our expertise about how to expand the short into a feature-length script that would give us the best shot for attracting, elements of financing, distribution, and cast, because Josh is going to direct it. He directed the short. So that is one example of sort of a lateral move from one medium into another on a piece of branded material.
Yeah, and we look at, it's not unique, but that we're at a time in sort of the history of the entertainment business where you can look at intellectual property brands as a 360-degree experience. On the other side, another example, we have a graphic novel that we got before it got published. We happen to think that the world's, a wonderful world with really rich characters and can be expanded into almost any media. So we look at that as, how do we want to roll this out? Because it can be any number of different types of content, and are working with the guys who happen to be screenwriters who decided to make it a graphic novel first, And we're very like-minded about how we want to go into the marketplace and are talking to a number of other potential like-minded financiers where while you're developing a film of it, that you're also doing a variety of other offshoots.
Okay, good, thank you. One of the areas in the title of our seminar deals with specials. How does one go about putting together a special, packaging, seeking funding, distributing? Because it doesn't really fall into the tried and true, do a series, do a reality show method. What's the world like with specials?
We did try to put together a thing of Operation Home. You should describe.
We have sometimes we have a lot of sort of producers that we've worked with in other fields, and once we made the television show, they came knocking, and we started talking to a producer who also in their personal lives was very involved with homeless vets. And we actually got pretty close to ramping a, like 2-hour special event, celebrity laden event to focus on homeless vets and potentially do sort of more of an extreme home makeover type rebuild of a particular sort of section of a town. And ultimately, there are budgets for specials. People like them, they're short form, they're easy to package, they're easy to sell to advertisers. It just ultimately, right, that particular cause wasn't where the networks were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just in a sense like a one-off independent film, but just happens to be for a TV production. You would go and shop it just like you would a TV show. You'd find a broadcaster. If your special is about nature, you've got certain buyers. If your special is about, a strange personality, you got different buyers. And then the network's going to come up with a number they're willing to pay. If you can make it for that number, great. If not, you got to find other sources. So if you look at like the parachute jump that Discovery did a few years ago, the money came from Red Bull for big publicity. Discovery paid some money. Other sponsors paid money. You literally have to package it together to make it all worthwhile. But, the networks are open to it if it meets their demographics. It has that element that lets them sell it, lets them get that promotional push. And then, the problem with a special as a producer is you get one shot and the upside's really limited, to be honest with you, because there is no second season. There really is an ancillary. You're doing it for some other reason. You're doing it because it's a product.
Passion,
yeah.
And I think it's about finding people that share the passion.
Yeah,
I mean, we were able to find a number of celebrities that is a cause for them.
With a special, will the network generally want to own it, or will they be willing to pay a license fee and let the producer own it?
They'll let you own it, but they'll own all the rights in the U.S. and
Depends how good you are at negotiating.
yeah, well, if you have a good lawyer, if you know of any. But no, I mean, the ownership question, it applies to everything. It's about it comes down to money. It comes down to, are you asking a network to pay 100%? They're going to own it. They might let you go out and sell foreign if they get a really big share. If you come to the table with other money, then the conversation can be had about split rights, and then you own foreign and they own domestic, and you work all that out. But generally, in unscripted, the networks own it. In scripted, it's different. Their studio affiliate owns it. It's a different accounting group. But at the end of the day, it's the same.
The other thing, I mean, rather than specials, is sort of the rise of the limited series, which actually is very relevant to packaging, because the limited series now does allow you to bring in a high-level talent, because if the material is strong enough, of course, then you can bring them in because they know that they're not committing to
Well, it's
years
a returnable
of,
limited series,
Mhm.
which is the best.
Yeah, and that they can, you can maybe punch above your weight in terms of talent, because you're not signing them up for the next 5 to 7 years.
And the one thing just to add about specials, for me, it's about event programming. So if we can market something internationally, like if it's the 50th anniversary of something, or it's the 1-year anniversary of like Michael Jackson's death, for example, and you have exclusive access to his family and never before seen footage, or something that you can make an event, the special can actually garner quite a lot of money internationally. But it has to be relevant, it has to be universal and travel.
Will a company like Fremantle, if someone comes to you with, here, I have this special, or I have this show, will Fremantle put in money in return for international rights?
If it's good.
Event programming?
Yes. Sorry.
Those event programming?
Yeah, absolutely. I
Those-
mean, if they really do have, people committed to be on camera that have never been on camera before about an issue or a happening or an anniversary that it's going to travel, then absolutely.
Yeah. Look, I mean, she's looking for the same thing to sell that you would expect. She wants to be able to have a big billboard and a name and a topic. It's just like any TV show, motion picture, marketable elements. So the more of those, the easier it is for Haley to to go up the chain and justify money in it, because she knows she can use those elements to sell to the Russian, to the Germans. It's everybody's looking for the same thing.
Yeah.
So
But it's always important to keep in mind that, I mean, you'll hear this over and over. It takes the same amount of effort to sell 1 hour as it does 20 hours, and you make 20 times as much money usually. So specials are hard. They have to be really, really unique and good, and they're going to be, sort of headline grabbing.
It's in the word special.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's very special.
right, and you generally get one
Yeah.
viewing, and then it's pointless. you
Yeah,
know?
right, exactly.
And we've talked a little bit about packaging, what a broadcaster wants, what a financier may want for an independent film. But Haley, you in particular, have mentioned the international possibilities for something, which these days is key. How does somebody go about finding out what the international market wants? In other words, if someone's coming up with a show idea, how do they learn whether it's something that's going to be saleable in the international market?
It's a lot easier to think about what the international market doesn't want and sort of back into it. Comedy is really tough. And I know everyone's really heard this, but comedy is very local. It doesn't always travel. So that could be challenging. Dramas, huge, hour-long dramas is what the international marketplace really wants. And more so now than ever, because in the past year, 2, 3 years, what's become really sexy and cool is serialized drama, high concept dramas, which is what I love to watch. And that's what local broadcasters also, like RTL in Germany, like for example, they do their own big serialized dramas, and that works for them. Those are the kind of dramas that garner the awards, that help with the brand identity. What makes money internationally is repeatable procedural dramas. I cannot stress that more. It's just, and
Just
all
like
the cool showrunners and writers and talent, aren't doing those, and there is a serious deficit for them. So.
We literally just set one up for, apart from the fact that it was good, we think, but the person who bought it literally said, I need this. It's an international oriented company. He says, this is what I need, like bad.
Yeah.
And so,
Right.
yeah.
And they'll pay a lot of money for the serialized dramas, but they'll have one run, it'll do really well, and they'll try and repeat it, and it just, so it's, I think we're going more and more away from that too.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this just gets a little sensitive, but I think you also have to consider programming that's geared towards specific ethnic group.
Yep.
Can
glad
have
you're
a
covering
challenge.
that one.
Yeah, no, because you can't. Yeah, no problem. But it goes back to what kind of screenplay do you want to write? What kind of project do you want to do? And if you're going to do a project about urban life in Philadelphia, unless it's The Wire and you break through that.
Baltimore.
Baltimore. So I don't want to bring up Baltimore. It's a bad city. But the point is,
Empire.
Empire.
Empire, what was like 23 million in the finale?
Yeah,
or something
how's
like
it doing
that?
in the
In
national?
Australia, flatlined.
Yeah.
I mean, just absolutely flatlined.
Right.
Which is really interesting.
So just keep that in mind. So the market for your product. What's the market of my product? I'm writing a screenplay. Am I going to be able to get 50% of the budget from foreign?
Yeah.
Is my topic such that that's justified, or it's not? And then you just adjust accordingly.
One way to look at foreign now is compared to the US to a certain extent. How many shows do you watch on television that were made in other countries? Probably not many. You watch the networks, you watch the cable channels, by and large, the US shows with a couple co-productions with the BBC and maybe some others thrown in. We tend to look at the international market as, boy, if we make something over here, they're going to want it. But if you go to France, they have their own local programming that fills up most of the schedules of broadcasters, because most people want to watch people speaking in their language. And then we come over with our shows and we try to sell it there. There are just not as many slots. So everything that the panel has talked about making the shows marketable, making them special, is really important for international. And people around the world generally want to see people who are at least a little bit like them. And so for a country to want to buy something, it has to be relatable to them.
To the procedural element, I was talking to a woman who's been a big showrunner in procedurals, and now she's actually been commissioned by a French company to write directly for the French audience. So she's actually making tons of money, having a great time.
She writing in French and.
No, she's writing in the English procedural for French television and is happy as a clam. So there is, for once you can get established in the space, there is this huge demand, and they're actually skipping over the US networks and kind of going directly to showrunners to provide that content because there's such a hunger for it.
Yeah. And I've worked with people who have gone around the world developing original projects, some of which are based on US projects, but some of which is just based on the fact that they know how to produce good US shows and they're translating that to other countries.
Yep.
And that's a marketable skill.
Yeah, I mean, what we talk about procedurals, but what we're really kind of touching on is shows that have value re-airing.
Yep.
Because it's all about the repeats for the broadcasters, particularly foreign broadcasters. So even a show like Survivor, it's a great show when it airs, but as a rerun, it's pretty pointless because you know who's going to win. And House of Cards is a great show to watch once, but once you know what's going to happen, it's not like Law and Order that you just keep watching and watching, you put in the background. So it's just, again, when you're thinking about what kind of project do I want to do, am I doing a self-contained project, self-contained episode? There's a lot of value at that. It's not as easy as people think it is. And the upside internationally can be there.
Yeah.
But if you want to do House of Cards, gotta do House of Cards, but keep in mind,
The ROI it's really about the ROI.
yeah, the way you can really succeed and what it really means for the show to succeed is limited.
I think that's a perfect description of the market. Very good. Haley, Fremantle has offices around the world. How much of what you do is tailored towards buying something that your offices around the world can then take and make into local language productions?
From a format perspective, we have 26, I think it is now, offices around the world that are producing and developing. And this is the non-scripted space. Some of our bigger shows like American Idol and X Factor and Got Talent and things like this. So when we look at a format, that is the only thing that we really look at, is something that can actually really travel to 15, 20 plus territories. I think people throw the word format around a lot and misuse it because you could have a debate on whether something like Mob Wives is a format. I don't think it is, but some people do. So I would say for us, it's about a show that's going to be a big show on a free-to-air, terrestrial broadcaster that, we have flying producers, as we call them, which are consultants that are experts in all the formats that we sell. And they fly around the world and spend time with all the local productions to ensure that they're implementing the format properly and appropriately and maintaining the brand. So for Fremantle, it's a bigger type of show. It doesn't mean that other smaller formats can't travel, but they're more limited.
But if it's possible to give an answer to this, and I don't know, what percentage of the reality shows for U.S. television translate into selling the actual U.S. version of the show around the world? And what percentage might translate into format, and what percentage just have no real value internationally? And that, I don't know if that's a fair question or not.
The first question is the U.S. canned episodes travel?
Yes.
Well,
You
a lot of
mentioned
the U.S. cable, the U.S. cable broadcasters have deals with their affiliate channels. So, the international affiliate channels will cover a percentage of the U.S. cable production budget in exchange for distribution rights to air the US version on their platform. So those are almost volume deals and output deal kind of scenarios. So, I would say probably 50% actually make it on air. There's a significant amount of, from the bigger cable and network shows. In terms of format, less than
Survivor.
No, there's quite a few, but
Yeah, but
less
they're-
than 0.01%.
Yeah. Yeah, because look,
On the format side?
yeah, because a lot of reality show docu-soaps, they're not formats. They are following a certain
Yeah.
group of people. So are there docu-soaps in other countries? Yes, but I wouldn't count that. So you're really talking about shows that create a situation or a setting and then running with it. So a game show, a competition show.
Yeah. Or like
So-
Project Runway, for example, we've sold that into 23, there's been 23 local versions of that,
Yeah.
which is a lot for a
Yeah,
show like that.
Apprentice,
Yeah.
it's all over the world with, local Trumps. Some are more colorful than others. Shark Tank is around the world. It really is a show that it's those kind of shows that you look at the show and you take away who's on screen and it still works because everybody's got a role and you just got to plug in the role that you can find locally and the machine works.
Yeah.
Do you make, will a company like Fremantle make more money by selling formats of a show around the world or by selling the actual US show around the world, licensing the US show?
Good question. Very much depends on the show.
Okay.
It really does, so.
Okay.
No comment.
That's fine. No, we'll go a couple more minutes and then I'll open it up for questions. Mark and Jane, first of all, are you actively involved in developing reality projects? What's the current taste of the market? Is it too varied a question to answer because it's broadcaster dependent, or is there any kind of
Well, it's
theme
definitely
now?
broadcaster dependent. And we get, well, the first question is yes, we are selectively. We're still feature producers, but our foray into reality with The Quest, which was sort of a hybrid, was definitely a hybrid, not even sort of a hybrid. But there are, if there is a world or a human being that we find compelling, we're happy to dive in and help, develop a sizzle reel and take it around. But I think everybody's very varied. I mean, obviously the rush for millennial eyeballs is exciting for everyone, but I think that everybody has a different mandate.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
No, agreed.
I mean, I think big character is still a thing,
Yeah.
but you hear the word big character a little bit less and less, which is nice because, it's going back, I think, a little bit more to format, to the Top Chefs, to the Runways, to the America's Next Top Model, like those sort of breakout hits in the beginning of reality that are formats that can travel, that become big franchises that make a lot of money and get a bunch of sponsors. So you had the Duck Dynasty era, which is still there, but I think that networks are more open now to commercial series than just big characters.
Yeah, I mean, what you find is, even though you have tons of channels, the actual airtime for reality is getting squeezed out on, I think, on broadcast network, unless it's a game show or an incredibly formatted thing like a Survivor or The Bachelor. It's not going to be in the air. I don't see a broadcast network doing a docuseries. You have cable networks that are moving away from unscripted. I mean, AMC is all but shut down. The A&E Lifetime History, they've got and TNT's essentially done. Hope not. There are, the A&E is putting more scripted, more special programming. So, and on the other side is that they are looking for the runaway hit. They're looking for home runs, from my perspective. So they'll do, even if they do pick up your show, it'll be a 6-episode order, a 4-episode order. The show will run, even if it does decent ratings, chances are it won't get picked up because it didn't pop and explode. And my sense is that the networks would rather take the money it would cost to a second season to try it on another show and see if that pops.
Yeah, and we're in a great moment for scripted television now because there's second uses and people are starting to realize that you're not just a one broadcast model anymore as you have over the top. And so I think it makes more sense to invest wisely in scripted at this point because there's a longer tail to that content than there is for unscripted. Because even if you have a runaway hit in broadcast, as we've talked about, the repeatability or the desire on a Saturday night to download a bunch of reality and binge watch it is a little bit, it's not sort of the first thing you think of doing on a Saturday night.
Well, that's research for you. She works on Saturday night.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it fair to say that the scripted series business would be the toughest one for an independent producer to break into? because of the way
For
the
a
business
what
operates?
they call a non-writing producer, which basically is most people, yeah, because you're giving yourself, the further away you start from the end goal, the more steps you have to take, the more variables there are for you to potentially not get it right. So if you want to try to just even get into the scripted game, you have to ultimately have a showrunner, a writing producer to help you, because just to get into that sale. What we found, because we are effectively non-writing producers, although not exclusively, if you have life rights, if there's some kind of IP basis, that enables you to punch above your weight. That actually evens the playing field a little bit, because if you really latch onto something that's motivating, then you can help clutter bust your way higher up the food chain than you might otherwise, because your IP is giving you sort of a lift.
I mean, our show that that we've been alluding to, the procedural, is based on a true life person who we had met, and we talked to her and asked whether or not we could, buy her life rights.
And you'll be pleased we got it in writing.
Oh, okay.
And I say that in a joking way, but my brother Joel, who's here, he runs a weekly networking thing, and we were quite sad. There was a reality show that we were kind of parenting just as advisors, and the person who cut their sizzle reel, which was essentially their whole, it was a docu-series based on personalities in an environment, and he didn't get it in writing. He cut them an awesome sizzle reel, and then the people that commissioned him screwed him. So now he's sitting there, very sad, and he doesn't have any leg to stand on. And sure, he could try to call the network and say, don't listen to that pitch. I cut that sizzle reel. And sure, maybe he'll do that, but he probably won't do that. So he did all this work. But it was a real life person. It was you always get it in writing.
Yeah,
And if someone doesn't want to give it to you in writing, by the way, and I say this oftentimes, not to become your group psychiatrist, but if someone says, don't let people emotionally blackmail you, like especially if you're dealing with friends or peers, like that's just bullshit, straight out bullshit. If you're working with a peer, Jay and I have known each other almost 25 years. If you're working with a peer and they do not want to put it in some kind of just basic, simple, mutually respectful writing, then that's just not right. And they either have some sort of neurotic problem, or they're not trusting that down the road there should be some protection for everybody, and it's just going to end in tears. And I'm only passionate about it because we've all seen it happen multiple times. And if we leave with nothing else in this room, like don't make a needless mistake. We're all going to make enough genuine mistakes, like that you can't help, but don't make needless mistakes. Should be avoided. There's no excuse.
Yeah, I mean, if you think it's uncomfortable to ask for a piece of paper now, it's even worse when there's real money involved, and it's a hard truth, but sometimes you really find out what your partners are really like and what they're made of when you start asking to put something in writing, and you want to find that out now.
And when you're a new kid on the block, especially,
yes,
and you roll into a network who actually is leaning in, and then the rights issues seem fuzzy. Sometimes life's too short for everyone, so you can lose that golden opportunity if you don't have your ship in shape.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of good advice given by the panelists today, but if you leave here with nothing more than what's been said in the last 2 minutes, it's well worth it, because it does happen. We've got about 4 minutes left, I think, which is not going to be time for all the hands that I see raised, but we'll try a couple, and then we have to turn the room over to the next one. Let's go. The women in the glasses there. Keep in mind, I have a spotlight shining on my face, so you.
So based on what you just said in the last 2 minutes, wasn't what I was on a show, and everybody's jumping on it, like William Morris and big huge companies that you mentioned earlier are doing shows that are active, and I have nothing in writing with anybody because they're my friends and a producer and a showrunner. So I think that one's where a lawyer comes in.
Don't do that. Yeah, stop, and don't do anything else until you get it. And let me call someone else just because
Get an
you can talk.
Yeah, get an attorney.
Talk afterward. Yeah, but do
Immediately.
that. I want to try to keep it to questions that are more general, but feel free right there in the front.
Speaking of a leverage, if for someone like me, if I'm finishing graduate school at UCLA, I also work for Los Angeles Police Department. If I'm developing a show set in law enforcement and human trafficking world, how much leverage would I have considering myself and all the contacts I have in that field?
I mean, I think that if you can find one of your contacts to sort of contract with you to be able to provide you with an endless list of stories and cases that are coming out of human trafficking in Los Angeles, that's the important thing. Because I think for us in our particular situation that we're talking about, we know that we will have years of cases that a showrunner can avail themselves of, also in an interesting world. So, and our whole job, our first buyer is a great showrunner. And we need to make that,
We have to
some
sell him or
some
her.
showrunners have their own ideas and they're never going to want anything to do with other people's ideas. Some showrunners need ideas and are happy when they've got endless amounts of cases that they can just weave their magic through. So I think that it's great that you have both sides of the coin, but if you can find someone who is also able to do it, because don't forget their privacy issues, et cetera, and all of that. But if you can find somebody that can be your talent. Yeah.
Okay, let's go. I think we probably have time for one more question. Let's go second row, gentlemen, second in.
What's the lookbook?
Oh, a lookbook is like, it's a visual representation of the project. So for example, it will usually have, if it's for a movie, it might have bios on your producers, on your director, on your writer. It would have images, like say it's set, we made a movie in Alaska. So it might have, images of Alaska and bios on the character. If it's based on a real life story, it's basically like a sales tool.
It's a sales tool that also defines tone and scope. Obviously, we did something called The Frozen Ground, which Mark was alluding to. It was about a true life serial killer that killed a bunch of people in the 80s. But our director was a first-time director, and he very clearly outlined the tone, the feel, comparative movies that represented what he was looking for. He had some of the evidence of the case. It was a wildly compelling thing that got the agencies around town very excited to give us their top level talent to sit down with a first time director. So it's your best representation. If you, God forbid, got hit by a car tomorrow, that if somebody picked it up, they could know exactly what you wanted to make.
And also to end on a kind of a sales note, what it also does is it doesn't allow people to make faulty assumptions. Like, don't assume that just as good as your script may be or your teleplay may be, frame it for people. Don't leave anything to chance that you can possibly control. So if you have a tone in mind, hammer that. Like, you don't want to, they'll get that it's a simple plan. No, they won't. They might, but why should you take that chance?
Yeah.
All right. Do we have more time for another question, or shall we cut it now? Okay, one more all the way in the back there.
Is that something where ABC said, now we gotta try to split this into a show, or is this just a one-time thing?
Did you hear that clearly, or should we?
I mean, yeah, I think
Okay.
in Bruce Jenner, because he's already has another show with E, right? But I think if a network does a special and it pops, you better believe that they, probably have exclusivity on the option. And if they don't, there could be other networks coming in to bid on it. And I think yes.
Yeah, and look, and you as a producer, if you're putting together a special that might pop and there are people that might benefit from that exposure, then you want to attach yourself to the extent you can, whether they're exclusive to you or if they've got a book and you're going to make that book a household name, get a piece of that book. The networks would, so you should as well as the producer. You really got to look at if you're in a situation where the TV show is part of a larger picture, how are you benefiting from that larger picture? How are you being involved, and how is that TV show driving the rest of the components? And if you're the television producer, you're responsible for that, you should share.
Yeah. It's kind of the Bethany Frankel
Bethany
argument
Frankel,
that everyone
yeah.
always talks about, right? Is
Yes.
that like she is a skinny girl brand that's made bajillions of dollars and Bravo
Bravo-
didn't get anything.
Well, they were dumb to put them on screen.
Well,
Yeah. Well, thank you to our panelists. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you to the audience. Enjoy the rest of your day.
It says hi.
You look awesome. Oh, thank you. No, we tried. I can. Well. No, that's okay. Then we moved on to the same. Now you should write direct. No, it's good. But you should. Yeah, yeah. Work it. No, no kids. Since I saw you last 1,000 years ago. No, it's okay. I've been married since last I saw you. I've been married 10 years since. And so when you want to do that, thank you. No,
Hello. Hi. Brandon Gary. Nice to meet you.
Sit down here.
Okay. Yeah. Comfortable.
Just switch up name tags, have some fun. Say things that you would never say, and you'll get in trouble for it.
You're mic'd.
Hello.
Gosh, quiet. You're mic'd. Don't.
Hi.
Hello. Mike, how are you?
Hi, Charles. Nice to meet you.
Gary, this is blinding. I know, right? Should I put the sunglasses on? Look cool. Great hat.
Good afternoon.
It's feeling very Cubanish today.
My name's Kimberly King Burns with Convergent Solutions, and welcome to this afternoon's discussion, which is all about developing strategies and partnerships, Hollywood content as brand and franchise. And we've amassed a group today that I think you'll be impressed with because they represent the Hollywood diaspora. They come from all parts of media. They come from a variety of formats. They've bridged the gap from nonlinear to linear, from linear to nonlinear and back. And what we're going to talk to today is how the past Hollywood model has served us well and what digital media is doing in and of itself to upend that and serve as somewhat revolutionary medium. We've got a good group today. We've got Troy Byer, the director and writer and executive producer of I Really Hate My Ex, BAPS, B-A-P-S, very popular. Mike Rotman, new media producer who's written for South Park and Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher, and he's currently doing Streaming Garage. Courtney Vance will not be able to be with us today, unfortunately, since he did have a family issue. And thankfully, Brandon Schultz, who's the president of Street Legends, Inc., and past producer and co-founder of Imagination Studios, has agreed to join us in his stead. Gary Benz, of course, needs very little introduction, heading up GRB Entertainment, which has brought us Princess of Malibu, Alter Eco with Adrian Grenier, and A&E's Intervention.
Yes.
We do have Charles Como from Underground Network, and his career spans a pretty significant chunk of digital media history. We both met back in the early 90s when he launched Box Top Interactive, which later merged with IXL and was one of the first big success stories of the very first .com era, version 1.0. So today what we're going to talk about, what I'd like to do to get started is to introduce you to this lovely panel, give you an idea as to what we've all been doing, what we're all about. Convergent Solutions has been in place since 1995 as a digital media brokerage, initially working with music labels and film studios and educational providers to help them integrate digital media into their operating and their marketing capabilities. We've since branched out to lots of different kinds of content development, both domestic and international. I work with a lot of different Caribbean storytellers. I hail from the Bahamas myself. And what I've loved about digital media is the ability to now start telling very niche stories, having lowered the price points so that Hollywood tales no longer need to appeal to the lowest common denominator to get a decent distribution deal. I'd like to introduce Ms. Byer.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be here. What would you like me to speak to? Or would you like me to introduce myself?
I think, yeah, just give us a backgrounder, what
Okay.
you've been doing and what you're thinking about today.
Okay, great. So I began my career in show business at the ripe age of 4 on Sesame Street. I was one of the original cast members, and I remember thinking when I was a little girl that I didn't want to be in front of the camera. I wanted to be behind the camera because they had these cameras that were like electrically operated and kind of zoom across the floor. And I thought, wow, I want to make that kind of magic, happen. So I've always wanted to get behind the camera, but my problem was, and this is why I think it kind of speaks into what we're talking about today, is I did not have the skills or the training to direct or be behind the camera. I've been an actress most of my life, so it was like, how was I going to break the barrier and do that? So I started writing. My first film I wrote was called BAPS. I wrote it for myself as an actress that I also wanted to direct, but they gave it to Halle Berry, which is fantastic because she got us the green light that we needed. And then after that, Mark Ordesky, who was just here, gave me my break as a director on a movie called Let's Talk About Sex.
Nice. And what are you focused on today?
I have a film out right now called I Really Hate My Ex that is being distributed on digital and DVD by Lionsgate. That's what I'm focusing on. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you. Mr. Rotman. Welcome.
Hi, Mike Rotman. Done a lot of TV in the past. You've named a bunch of the shows that I worked on. Always dabbled in digital, even like 93, 94. I was working on a show later with Greg Kinnear at NBC, and we would do live chats in the AOL chat rooms. And then I did one of the first web parodies of the Blair Witch Project way back in the day. So that was when it was postage size online, way before YouTube. So sort of did a lot of that, did reality TV, didn't like that, left TV because of that. Started my own company called Streaming Garage about 6-7 years ago. We started off as a live company. I literally built my garage into a 5-camera live studio 5 years ago. We were one of the first ones to kind of broadcast HD live, thus the name Streaming Garage. And now we're working a lot with, we work a lot with influencers, digital influencers. We've worked with Will Smith to do his After Earth companion piece to YouTube. We worked with Michelle Phan to live stream some of her stuff. And then, we sold a show to Nerdist called Kids Court. So we're kind of dabbling in the digital world, as well as doing a lot of different podcasts on top of that, plus live streaming as well. And, if we monetize our own shows, great. Otherwise, we try to sell them to other networks now, or we work with brands to develop content, again, for their influencers.
Thank you. Introducing Charles Como, Underground Network.
Yeah, my name's Charles Como. I guess I started in the digital world, and I guess I'm the one who probably primarily started in digital in '94, and out of my bedroom in Hollywood, and my first client was Capitol Records. It was the first website ever for any major entertainment company. And then it was Warner Brothers, then it was all of Fox, UPN, Gas, Mattel, Sega Soft, Hot Wheels, Barbie, blah, 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 all those companies. So I worked with, so I really got a chance to work with all the major entertainment companies in the early part of, mid 90s to late 90s, helping them figure out their whole online strategy. And that company that I created kind of merged this other one, went public with a valuation of like $3.6 billion. And then it went to like zero, I think in 1999 when it all crashed. And then a few years ago, I started in the YouTube space. I felt that YouTube was going to be the predominant video platform. And this was in 2006. And so I set out to see if I could kind of figure out what that platform was going to be all about, and created a channel that went on to become one of the most watch channels of all time. I guess we've got about 500 million views, 500 million views. We were generating $1 million a year in ad revenue. And it was a show about the origins of words, etymology. So, not the typical topic you might pick if you want to sort of dominate YouTube. So now we're just, I'm taking that experience of creating short form entertainment, making it interesting on a subject that may not necessarily be interesting. And we're now going to apply it to politics. And we're going to try to see if we can turn Washington into one big reality show and make these guys accountable to us. So that's what we're working on right now.
Reality show more so than already is the case.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello to Mr. Benz.
Hi, Gary Benz. I started GRB Entertainment in 1986 and started by producing a lot of stunt shows for ABC and Fox Network. And at that time, too, I started the distribution side of GRB. So we took our shows back in the day. The networks weren't allowed to own the shows. That has since changed. But so I decided to distribute those shows myself. And I was lucky enough that I had these great action shows with all the action stars in them and great stunts. So they sold very well internationally. And then we just grew the company from there and started doing a lot of programming for Discovery and A&E, as well as the commercial networks. And so we currently do maybe 60 to 100 hours of programming for the traditional networks. And we distribute those shows internationally when we're able to hang on to them. And we also acquire shows from other producers and even other networks, and we distribute those shows for them as well. And today we are also doing programming, we did our first film with YouTube stars and traditional stars in it, and it's going to come out in July. It's called Bad Night. And we're really excited about it. And I'm really excited about the business changing so much so that it's not just traditional networks that order half hours and hour programs or movies, and short form and all kinds of programs have opportunities to find an audience, and you can tell stories in a myriad of formats.
Absolutely. Which leads to Mr. Schultz's work with Blockheads in particular.
Thanks. My name is Brandon Schultz, and I am the president of Street Legends, Inc. And Street Legends, Inc. is a graphic novel and toy company. Our flagship project, Blockheads, most recently was entered into the hip hop archive at Harvard University. So we're really proud of that. That just happened a couple of weeks ago. And we started Blockheads out of our small boutique animation studio, which was about myself and 4 or 5 artists. And we did TV show opens, we did music videos for artists like Tony Braxton, R. Kelly. We did the first postage size stamp, emailable animated campaign for Adidas, where we featured music from Run DMC and music with basketball players. So our space has been around global youth culture. Our focus has been on hip hop and fantasy and animation. And so that's where we're going with our future content in terms of developing fantasy for the hip hop space, fantasy projects that, you know, are for nerds like us.
And as I recall, Blockheads in its graphic novel format was one of the first to transcend just domestic borders and became hugely popular in the anime market overseas, correct?
Yeah, we were distributed internationally in Germany as well as Japan. We did a line of toys that were all what they call urban vinyl or art toys. And so we did brand partnerships with Adidas and with Carhartt Asia and Carhartt Europe to do special limited edition toys. And so that's been, you know, our history is like working our own, you know, Batman, our own Spider-Man, at the same time doing work for hire with other companies who want the aesthetic that we bring.
A very good balancing act. I mean, we've really had 25 years now to play with opportunities that talk to the evolution of this particular medium. And I'd like to talk to the most common trends that we've seen. You tend to see and hear the same predictions year after year after year, the next best thing since sliced bread. But we're really beginning to see, especially in the United States, now that broadband internet access has kind of caught up to the rest of the world's levels, we're really seeing an absolute opportunity for different revenue models that help keep independent producers independent. And I'd like to ask the panel to talk to what sorts of unique monetization applications or technology platforms are you integrating into your content development, whether at the point of production or after the fact, to help your studio stay independent and stay sturdy?
I'll jump in. One thing, and I don't know, that we've been exploring more and more recently is partnerships with ad agencies before the actual property is complete. So there's an ad agency that we're in talks with now that wants a certain like old school hip hop aesthetic. And they're saying, well, what properties do you have that can work to that? So, I mean, I think once you have a body of work, those are things that now the people who are running the ad agencies, before it was a thing where we had to get them, okay, to understand what we're doing and why kids like, you know, this aesthetic or what we're doing or why our characters might look different than what you see on Disney. But now it's though the people making the decisions at the ad agencies seem to be our peers, you know, who get it off top. So.
That's good for brand new content. Can we also talk to, say, repurposing public domain older content for the newer generation?
Well,
one of our shows we did was called Super Scary Horror Theater. We took B movies that are in the public domain and we literally put a new twist on Elvira on it. We streamed that live on YouTube. So we sort of were trying to make it a Mystery Science Theater. We had our, we showed the movie. We came in every 15 minutes with comedy bits, essentially, sketches, and then we played games with the audience at home as well. So we had like creepy death or natural death. Did this celebrity die a creepy death or a natural death? People called in and they won prizes from us. So that's how we sort of did it that way. We wasn't repurposing necessarily. It was repurposing a little bit of content and then our new added content to it.
It just seems to me that you could say add a new soundtrack with more modern musicians and perhaps drive revenue that way. Hint, hint, broad hint.
Start messing up the direction of the director of the original movie.
The essence of nonlinear, yeah.
But you're asking about monetization. I mean, when I did with the YouTube channel, I look back at the numbers, and it was, that year we did $1 million. It was probably 250,000. Well, first of all, it was $1 million on our end. So you split that with what YouTube was getting, it's like a 50-50 split. But I looked at the numbers, and 3/4 of our revenues were coming from product placement deals. So basically, so you get your straight advertising, and that was turning it was, you were probably netting, I was probably taking home about $3,000 per million views. What was nice about YouTube is you create these videos and they automatically, and they're there, they become your library. And I really started to understand the value of having a library, like these musicians that have libraries, these studios. I mean, literally I made about 650 videos, but I would make about $35,000 a month without even, getting out of bed. So then the new stuff we would make would just sort of be added to the mix. But we actually had a lot of brands contacting us directly, people like Pepsi and so on, and they would offer us up to like $25,000 a video, and these are videos that I was making anyway. And then you start to incorporate their brand into your product, but you do it in a way. See, what's interesting about the YouTube community is you have your audience has sort of like direct access to you. So the brands come to you because you have an audience, but you're also very cognizant of the fact that you don't want to piss off your audience. So, and they will give you immediate feedback if you give them a crappy advertisement or whatever. So it leaves it up to the creators to kind of come up with interesting ways to incorporate the product in your videos. So that was so I really, and I'm sure today now you could probably deal with agencies directly or partner up with them and work with them, and they'll be more attuned to working with you on those kinds of things too. So.
And Gary, from your perspective, you've got an enormous block of 3,000 hours in your library, which is impressive. So as you drive into new markets, what new toys or algorithms are you integrating into your content?
It's a good question. I'm not sure I know the answer to it, but because we are constantly working our library into every country we can and been windowing it for years, and so usually the rights are encumbered or blocked for a while. And while I really like the market that is now opened up, which I look at it as a B2C, the business to consumer market, and getting rid of some of the middlemen in there, we're approaching that from new content more than the old content. We still will take our old content and look for ways to monetize it, but we haven't been as lucky when you're doing programming just for like your own YouTube channel or whatever, and it could just sit up there and bring money, which is terrific. We expect some of that to happen for us later, but we're aggressively pursuing, programming that we can put up on, for transactional or subscription-based services and get the revenue that way.
Okay. Troy, how about you? You've got some great content that you're playing with as well. How do you plan to leverage what you've already produced and introduce that to, say, new markets that have new mindsets?
I think what I'm looking to do more than anything is just to expand the content that I am providing on my channel right now. As a filmmaker, I'm constantly getting, and being registered on IMDb, I'm constantly being contacted by people who have content that they really want to get exposure to, and they're not able to break through the barriers, the studio gates. So mainly that's what my team and I are doing. We're looking for content that we can put up, and right now we're really looking at animation. That's the avenue that I'm moving towards, is taking really interesting stories, and I have an amazing animator, so we're just doing that.
And so then you would introduce some of these new colleagues to different distribution networks that you have access to?
Actually, I wasn't looking at it, but thank you. That's a great idea. I appreciate
Perfect.
that. I was actually really just focusing on finding content to expand and grow my brand and our channel.
Sure.
You know, and using that as a platform for them. Sort of like, I don't know if you've been watching what Russell Simmons has been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
Definitely digital. Yeah.
So and that's a perfect segue. We're seeing a lot of really good network shows, traditional media. This year, deploy social media in a way that hasn't been done to date. You know, if an episode of Scandal is on, social media across the Caribbean is on fire, and that's 2/3 of the conversation, whether it's WeChat or Facebook or WhatsApp. And I think it took a lot of the traditional studios by surprise because they're not monetizing, or they weren't even thinking about those secondary and third, tertiary markets. How is realizing that Hollywood as a content focal point, not being just limited to the 48 contiguous states anymore, reworking your production and business development models?
Well, I can speak to that. My film, I Really Hate My Ex, it's 50% narrative and it's 50% digital. I actually did some filming via Skype, okay? And I obviously couldn't go to Dubai and cast my film, but I was able to put it out on Craigslist. And I have people in my film from all over the world now, and I was able to really utilize that as access to talent that I would never get and incorporate that in the film. So my film is a very global film. And I think the studio, when they saw my film, they were like, wow, how did you make this international, this film for $1 million? And point blank, Craigslist. That's it, Craigslist,
Taking notes, I
and
hope.
Skype, yeah, and just, the only challenge is transferring it to film in terms of the quality, when you were recording it, but then that actually speaks to the authenticity of the film.
That's interesting. I mean, that would have huge implications for citizens journalism in general.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of which, like with our show, the sort of political show, I guess a big aspect of, when you mentioned social media, the big aspect of our show is actually having people record themselves with an app that we're going to have, and we're going to actually incorporate them within the show. So you're starting to open up a whole, in the past, social media seems like it's always been sort of tacked onto a show. They're trying to think of some way to make the show interactive, and it's usually just some, sort of gimmick. But now you can actually create shows sort of around the actual interaction with users. But and then you mentioned sort of international. The interesting about international is that your audience, with YouTube, half of our audience was coming from overseas. So if you're creating a show like our show, we're working with a TV production company, and we're going to start online because I think a lot of things, the way things work these days, like if you want to sign with a record label, you have to have a huge social media following. And I think a lot of the new shows that are coming out, they want to see if it can do well online, and then you can move it to broadcast. And plus, online's a bigger audience anyway. But you also have to start thinking in terms of international, like right off the bat. I mean, I'm already thinking, okay, well, when we launch this thing, we should probably just be ready to go, like with the same show in different languages in different countries, just like, and we're actually kind of lining up that right now because you have to be sort of prepared for that, so.
And with ours, we noticed we had a lot of live call-in stuff. We noticed a lot of international callers. We had a show called Stupid for Movies, and we'd get people from Egypt and Israel and calling in and talking about movies. So I always wanted to do a worldwide game show. I thought there's some way to do this, and we figured it out when a Bitcoin company came in and sponsored. We did 22 episodes of the show called Take My Bitcoins. That was essentially sort of Price is Right meets Gong Show. We did it weekly last year. We gave away $40,000 in Bitcoin to 28 different countries. And it just let us, we thought immediately international, and it was literally somebody from Egypt would call in, and it was 6 a.m. there, but they wanted to win Bitcoin because it was always, how do you get people to watch live? Let's give away money. How do we give away money internationally? And that was the final bit of the puzzle came together with Bitcoin. So we had a lot of fun with that.
Now, will you be bringing the Bitcoin show back? Because I remember when this first came up, we recently had the vote in the United Kingdom as to whether Scotland was going to secede. And one of the big sticks that the UK was able to carry over, Scotland's head was If you secede, you're going to have to figure out your own currency because we're not going to let you use pound sterling.
Good.
At which point, a lot of us said, "Hey, can we go in and in 15 minutes, communicate the essence of having a virtual currency, whether
Wow.
Bitcoin or otherwise?"
Right.
So what you're doing is actually more than just a game show.
Yeah, yeah, and it was
you're really
interesting.
talking truth to power.
Yeah, it was
Taking over the world, basically.
total power. We
Yeah.
paid them off the next day. They got their money. It was like, and it again, it's just a worldwide currency. We had a sponsor for 22 episodes. Where what happened was Bitcoin then was worth $600, and now it's worth 200. So all the companies are like, we're in when it goes back up because the companies paid us in Bitcoin. I got paid in Bitcoin. Our entire crew, we had 8 people, got paid in Bitcoin. And all the winners got paid again $40,000 worth of Bitcoin. So once it hopefully comes back, we have some sponsors ready to go again.
Fantastic. Yeah. Anybody else on that detail?
Well, you mentioned live. I guess you're doing a lot of live.
We were doing a lot of live, and now the live's really hard to monetize. Even now, Twitch has come along, to kind of help it out, but it's still really hard to monetize. So again, it's one of our divisions is our own fun, things, and then we also do non-live that pays us. And sometimes we live broadcast things like this that pays pretty well. It's just again finding what pays. It's sort of it's the new frontier still. I mean, this is very different than when I was here 5 years ago because now I'm seeing like a bunch of money guys suddenly on the boards of some of these MCNs when it was kids in their basements with a single camera. But in the end, everybody's still trying to figure it out. So that's why we literally have different divisions. We have a podcast division and we have some sponsors for that. We have our own individuals. We have working with influencers, that pays bills as well. It's kind of finding what pays the bills.
Live is interesting because we do a live show as well, and we actually broadcast it on YouTube, and no one from Germany can watch our live broadcast.
Right, Germany cannot. We had a lot of people on Twitter going, "I'm in Germany, I want to watch your show,"
and they can't. You can't watch it because the MPA, the music industry. Which one's that?
Yeah,
they basically they said that there might be some music playing in the background. Therefore, we want you to block all live broadcasts like 100% from appearing in Germany.
Yeah, we had a lot of fans from Germany complaining about that. I wasn't sure why, but for some reason,
that's what it is.
YouTube blocks Germany.
It's ridiculous. I mean, and like we're doing a political show and stuff like that, and there's all these sort of conspiracy theories that come up, but it's really got nothing to do with it. But live also is sort of an interesting thing because in the past you would think of live was always sort of like just not well produced and it's kind of
drives me crazy.
Yeah,
we're 5 camera HD for 5 years, and it drives me crazy when somebody comes in, asks us to do live, and they're just blown away by it. Or we talk to people who do live and they're doing it on like a single camera, and they're like, "It's fine."
Yeah,
and I'm like, "No."
I know. So yeah, it's always seemed sort of like it's never really sort of had the appeal that that sort of something that's produced. But I think that the audience is being trained now with the success of things like YouTube and online stuff, because now it starts to feel more real for viewers. The more sort of not the less slick it is. You know what I'm saying? Like we shoot 1080, like we'll shoot 1080p, but we won't like go crazy like Entertainment Tonight or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing with live is now what I've been begging for years, and I stupidly I'm making content when I should have been making an app. Is what Periscope is now doing, where it immediately tells your phone. And I've been asking everybody, like, we just need that, and that'll help our views for 5 years, instead of going, "Oh, I should just make that."
Yeah,
Talk to an app maker, but Periscope did it, and they just got bought out for a ton of money. So now, I guess that's helping live. And now new tech, we use something called a TriCaster, which is a switcher. They now have gotten together with Skype. And now it looks much better, and now news. I think you're going to see a lot of user-generated news coming in because of these apps, because of Skype with new tech's new device called Talk Show. I think it's going to be live is suddenly coming alive in the next like year, few weeks, and which we kind of bowed out for a month or probably a year or two, and now we're like, oh, we're back.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, the whole thing is like he talks about Periscope. Periscope hadn't even launched it. It was an app for the phone, for the iPhone, and it hadn't even launched yet. And Twitter came in and bought them out for $100 million in January.
Well, Meerkat
comes out. And it was the coolest thing on the planet.
1 week.
Within 1 week, you're literally watching like every tech person you've ever read about, who's like the biggest tech person. They're in their house showing you their jacuzzi and stuff like that. And it was, and what was great about it is you would power it up and you would see little faces of everybody that's watching you. So it was really, really cool. And then I made a prediction that, Snapchat better freaking look over their back, their shoulder, because because what made Snapchat interesting was that it just felt really raw, and kids sort of like, you know, that is you can just record something that's there and then it kind of disappears. Well, Meerkat was that sort of like on steroids, because it's live and it just goes out, and then if you miss it, you miss it. And of course, you know, I think Snapchat now announced they're doing live.
And Twitter bought Periscope a week after Meerkat. Meerkat was the greatest thing for 2 weeks, and now it's dead. Seriously, it was 2 weeks after South by a month ago, and now it's gone.
Yeah. It's still around. There's a little.
Seems like everybody's using Periscope.
But Periscope's
Everybody
not as much fun. You
No,
don't
it's
see
not.
faces. You don't see face. Periscope's not as much fun to use because it feels very one directional.
But
Like when you're on there, you're just broadcasting yourself. At least with Periscope, you can kind of see.
But
other
Twitter
people
cut them
watching you.
off, right? That's why
Yeah.
you're not getting the
Well-
pop-up. So it's VHS versus beta. Beta may have been better, but I think.
And
you
the
know,
fact is, Meerkat was piggybacking on the Twitter format, and once a brighter, better gift showed up, they were out. So
Yep.
yeah, that
I
was
still like Meerkat.
10-day brilliant monetization for about 15 minutes. Let's go back to Hollywood, as you know, currently more of a mindset than an actual geographical, you know, location, as we've seen from the conversations today. And you know, traditionally, or traditional media says that, you know, Hollywood needs to, quote, take more risks. We're seeing a lot of the same tentpole films come out. You know, we're up to Marvel Comics, you know, sequel 12. And the fact is, that's what the public is voting with their wallet to secure. So now that we've got so many different opportunities, you know, whether it's Facebook or Periscope or WeChat. I mean, WeChat is 3 times the size of Facebook. Weibo and you know, Baidu are doing phenomenal things overseas, whether it's Southeast Asia or otherwise. There are so many more formats. So what do we do to appeal to our target watcher, our target viewer? How do we keep them enticed? How do we create compelling content that keeps them coming back? I mean, growing up in the Bahamas, we were the early adopters. We were the ones buying 22-foot diameter satellite dishes in the early 1970s for 20 grand, whether or not our houses had indoor plumbing. Yeah, stateside, it's always been about, you know, virtual casinos and downloading the latest cartoon. Europe, when I worked with Polygram Records, our mother company Philips had driven CD Interactive to a pretty sizable asset throughout Europe as part of a home library. So different countries, different cultures have different needs. So how does Hollywood step up to the plate and take advantage of the variety of media, the variety of formats, so we can drive to our base viewer and make a living doing it?
Well, it's funny you mentioned the tentpole stuff. So I was doing reality TV, and it's terrible. And I'm going to go to web. I'm going to do smarter. That's what's going to live on the web. You know, 6-7 years ago or more. Okay, this is where I can do niche stuff. It's going to be smart. And now what makes money are kids and their webcams, which is almost the lower form of reality.
Right.
So, you know, you hope to find the same thing. I'm like, how many more Marvel movies can we have? When do people get tired of it, right? And then, but where do you find the place to put that? You know, where is the smart content that people are digesting? When we started off, we were doing very, I thought, smart content and hitting a target we thought that wasn't being hit on YouTube when we first started out, you know, 5 years ago. We were doing smart movie reviews. We didn't like big action films. The problem was our viewers were probably over 35, but they didn't know what it meant to share. Hey, share it on YouTube. I don't know what you mean. Go to Facebook. I don't know what that is. You know, I think it's changing, but there was definitely a problem in the last 5 years of getting the, you know, more sophisticated audience to understand that we need their help to have a groundswell.
Well, counterpoint in terms of target demographics that aren't terribly hip, Downton Abbey pretty well replenished the PBS coffers.
Right. But people go to PBS for a reason. People weren't going to YouTube to see our smarter content. They go to YouTube to see the video games.
Well, you know what I mean? The thing is, they probably are going to YouTube, and that's what sucks. I mean, I got really pissed off at that too, because YouTube started making their whole metrics. It used to be how many people would watch a video. That used to be the metric, and that was great. You used to be able to go to YouTube's homepage and see what the most popular video of the day is. You can't do that now. You can't find it anywhere. It's like it's impossible. And they use all these sort of weird metrics, like you have to share it. You have to have so many comments. You have to have this and this and this. And so that what I found is that, if you're over the age of, I don't know, 14 or something like that, you're not going, oh my God, thumbs up. This is the coolest thing ever on the planet. You guys are so awesome. You're so great and everything. It's just like, no, it's like, I have like an older audience that's watching this stuff and they're just kicking back and watching it. But then you get like demoted for that. It's like, they're like punishing you.
And YouTube, it seemed to be they were trying to correct it. So they did the initiative a couple of years ago. I was head of Big Frame production then. So we got the initiative money. And then suddenly YouTube, it seemed like they were trying to change the subscribers. So it had to be Google Plus. They were dumping a lot of subscribers. So it almost seemed like they realized it might not have been the greatest model to up these kids, I call it. And look, they're making good content. They're making content that resonates with their audience, but it's not necessarily content that's any better than pop music. Pop music exists in that moment of time. There's no back catalog. And it seemed like YouTube was trying to change it with the initiative, trying to change it by taking away a lot of subscribers from people, by changing it from not showing their videos online anymore, on the front, and then YouTube started losing money because of it. YouTube built what they built, and they sort of suddenly kind of maybe wanted to dump it, it seemed like from the outside, but they can't. It is what it is. It's its own monster at this point.
Well, the other thing is and I'm not sure if the other panelists have realized or experienced this, is when you used to say, oh, I'm doing a project for the web, that meant, oh, I'm sorry, sorry. It's rough out there. Keep your head up,
Right.
And at this point, I think it is a mindset as a creator, as a producer, like doing a project for the web is not a catch-all. You want an audience, and you go to whatever platform that audience is watching on. So for us, we are doing some things that are going to be higher budget, and those are longer tail, projects for us. And it also means that the sales cycle is longer, the development cycle is longer. And we did a Gatorade web series with Gatorade. And one thing when you're working with brands is they don't necessarily have the same strategy at the end of a production cycle, especially in animation, which takes months, that they did at the beginning of the production cycle. So there's a bunch of different ways to look at it, but because you're producing for the web does not mean you have to be low budget.
And you're in a unique position to talk to taking existing content and reintroducing it to a new generation of viewers by creating digital media content that enhances the original film experience. Brandon and his father, Michael Schultz, are prepping the 20th anniversary, I think reissue, but certainly anniversary celebration. 30th, I'm old, of Crush Groove, which was the seminal hip hop film when it popped out. And these guys are really refreshing the whole look and feel of that project. Do you want to talk to that?
There's a bunch of things still in development, but we're bringing it directly to the fans through crushgroove.hiphop and to crushgroovemovie.com. There'll be more official announcements to come, but it's something that we're definitely excited about. Again, it's a brand that people resonate because it was the first mainstream hip hop movie, and told the story of Russell Simmons and Rick Rubin backing into what became Def Jam Records. At the same time, it also told the story of the Fat Boys and featured, LL Cool J as a 16-year-old rapper who was probably about 100 pounds soaking wet. And, people just associate some of these iconic, movies that have kind of fallen off the public consciousness or the mainstream consciousness. Now it seems to be an opportunity via the web and via digital content to reach directly to those fans. And so that's what we hope to do with merchandising and possibly animation and more.
Great walk down memory lane. It introduced Blair Underwood to the world.
Yes.
And one thing that I'm excited about in this, in the world that's changing so fast now is the way that you can film things like with the virtual reality and the new camera systems they have, where you get to really experience, You know, like I said, I came from a stunt background, producing a lot of stunts. And now I think they're going to be able to, you know, have that experience, you know, for the viewers.
Absolutely.
You know, whether it's with a headset, the expensive ones or the inexpensive ones. And to me, you know, taking old product and getting new advertisers behind it, because in the past, you'd have to sell it to a major network that has to aggregate huge eyeballs in order for it to monetize out for them. And if you're just going straight to the advertisers now and straight to the viewers, then, you know, it's so much more direct and so much more efficient that I think, you know, they can see endless amount of content now without having to go through the middlemen that stop it.
And yeah, and I think that's interesting because I think a lot of you in the audience are working in the industry. And I think that sense of disintermediation is what we're feeling most acutely because digital media can be such a direct one-to-one relationship. Being that the conversation today is about Hollywood, what can we talk about manifesting Hollywood in a digital sense, in a virtual sense, around the world? Don't everybody talk.
He's whispering. He's whispering and he's right. I'm like, you're right. He's right.
Calm down, you two.
So are you saying for it to expand its presence globally, Hollywood? Is that
Well, Hollywood, I think, you know, early on we established that Hollywood, you know, 60 years ago when Max Sennett first, you know, built those amazing studios, Hollywood was very much a literal location with very literal studios. Now that digital media and, you know, hardware and software have come down so much in cost that Joe Blow in Jamaica can upload an amazing 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute documentary, it's expanded that definition. So people no longer have to come to Hollywood, you know, bushy-tailed and bright-eyed. They can manifest really interesting content right where they are. So what can we, as having survived the first 85 years of Hollywood, do to reach out to filmmakers, storytellers, content creators around the world to help them figure out how to make a business doing this? It's one thing to have a 4-track recorder and record a song or two in the bathtub, as Bruce Springsteen did, because he already had distribution. It's another to be an 11-year-old with a vision. They've got to have some help. They've got to figure out what the online opportunities are to get that story out.
I feel like, I mean, maybe not. I mean, so what the easy one is YouTube. Again, gamers around the world are making millions of dollars, right? So the thing is, what's another platform other than YouTube? Again, going back to that is looking for documentary content. You know, YouTube is not going to help you with documentary content, but if you go on and start playing live games, there's a good chance you're going to make 6 figures if you do it right. Especially internationally, you know, there's reasons that PewDiePie got so big because he was actually, you know, broadcasting from England. So he built up, he was one of the only ones, or might have been even Italy. There's a whole video actually about it of why he built it up so quickly because he had no competition.
Yeah, British accent too. And
yeah,
that
yeah,
really
the
helps a
accent.
lot.
So in terms of you're an 11-year-old kid, I know my nephew who's 9 is playing Minecraft and he's making Minecraft videos. So he's not looking to make smart videos at this point. He's looking to go, oh, I know I can make money on YouTube and people will watch it. Or not even money. It's more like people will watch it and talk to me, you know, and have fun with my Minecraft buddies. So I think Hollywood needs to develop platforms that enable people to independently make their films, but can monetize on them. And that's sort of what doesn't exist because YouTube still is the place to monetize.
Although Facebook's killing it right now. I mean, there were a couple of girls in a car doing some sort of dances or something, and they uploaded their video to YouTube, the same video to YouTube and Facebook. They got 16 million views on YouTube. They got 200 million views on Facebook within like 2 weeks or something like that.
The problem is though, you
can't monetize on Facebook yet. But I mean, that will.
Well, not even that. I feel like it's the same thing with Vine. Vine, all it did was YouTubers who literally, I know YouTubers who went, I don't want to make a big YouTube video. They're making Vine videos. They're making $15,000 in 6 seconds. They're not making smarter content. They're making easier content. And I'm afraid Facebook's going to fall into that same thing of, oh, here's an easy way to upload me yelling at my little brother. and that will get 200,000.
Right,
200
but I
million
think that
views.
speaks to the access to people globally having access to the notoriety that would come from coming to Hollywood and making a film. It's available, it's accessible. There's a level playing field now in terms of how is that going to continue to be. So, I mean, I think technology is making it available. You know, my 9-year-old niece did a video the other day on her iPad, and she put it up on YouTube. So I don't even think we have to wait for Hollywood to give anyone permission anymore, which is what I love about the web, is that we get to give ourselves permission to be seen and be expressed. And the technique is available and it's easily accessible. It's just to what extent are you now going to do that? Like at what level? Like you guys are playing a huge game. I'm sitting here feeling like I'm in kindergarten next to them, you know? And I'm so inspired. Like I feel like there's just a whole world of possibilities. So there's different levels, you know, it's an educational experience, but the most important thing is that your self-expression, there's now a platform available for that without permission.
But you know, I think Hollywood, you probably want to speak, right?
No, go ahead.
Well, I think where Hollywood comes in, I mean, I don't know if I'm sort of taking your question and sort of, warping it or something, but I think the fact that we're in Hollywood, I think is fantastic. And I think we should take advantage of, because there are so many like talented people in Hollywood that are not getting, you know, that haven't been able to break into the traditional system. And, you know, I just read an article last week on how, you know, now the tech world and, you know, content are starting to really come together now. And so the venture capitalists are really looking at that. So I think we have a really awesome opportunity. If you look at like the stuff on YouTube, it's crap. I mean, it's like, you know, it's just horrible. And yet it's getting all these views. So I think the next wave is going to be actually, I'm not saying, it shouldn't be, it doesn't have to be quality as in like, you know, looking like, you know, super high quality television, Entertainment Tonight with a thumping soundtrack all the way through it. But if you can just hook up with some good writers, you know, some good filmmakers, they could still give it that sort of raw feel a little bit. But now I'm hoping that the next wave is going to actually be quality stuff. You know, so, and that's one of the things that I think it would be great if, you know, people in Hollywood could really start taking advantage of that and, you know, finding the talent that's out there.
I hear a new app being born.
The quality app.
Yeah, the quality app, right? Like, so my niece would call you.
Exactly. There you go.
Well, it's interesting, and this is a little bit off topic, but you know, I'm a recent cord cutter. For years, I just justified my cable bill by like, it's the industry, I got to do it, you know, and it's ridiculous. You know, I'm $120 in a month, and I'm just like, this is not happening anymore. So enter the Apple TV, and yeah, I'm Apple, my wife's Android, so we get along. and now we when we watch news, we go on to the Young Turks network. Instead of watching the mindless news that I like has me screaming, like I'm actually getting a little bit of news from watching someone with a worldview, you know, that I can relate to, and I feel is not complete lies, you know? So in that way, I think, you know, we have the power to kind of reach our audience, whatever platform we're at. You know, it does take our audience, you have to develop a passionate audience wherever you are. So that means being more authentic, being, you know, cutting through the noise. You know, it doesn't need to be broadcasting anymore. A lot of times when we are out and we're pitching in, you know, the mid 2000s, it was like, okay, how can we reach a broader audience? And now the question, we never get that anymore. It's now like, do you know your audience?
Yeah.
You know, can you reach your audience? And will your content cut through? And so that's 100% of the focus.
But, you know, that's the thing. So when we, like I said, with Streaming Garage Stupid for Movies, we were on YouTube, but we also built a Roku channel. This is, you know, 5 years ago. And we were one of the #1 independent Roku channels. I think we were #1 of all their channels. We had, you know, 200, 300, 400,000 subscribers, but it meant 0 in terms of monetary. But if we had that on YouTube, we would have been set.
Good comments. We would like to open up the discussion to some of your questions since we're wrapping up in about 15 minutes. Anybody want to start? I think I can see you. Yes, ma'am.
For your new political show, what kind of social media platform are you going to use? Are you inventing a new one, or?
Yeah, we have an app called Underground Network, and it's at underground.net. It's going to be out about 5 weeks, I guess. And South by Southwest picked us as one of these potential top startups for 2015, social impact. So the app itself, once people download the app, they'll get a push notification of a law that's coming out, short 1.5-minute video or 1-minute video explaining it. And that's where the entertainment, the YouTube experience comes in. And then they can record their own opinions and all that. And then they can actually watch the show. And it's going to be tied to an actual online show and broadcast show eventually. So, but all of that will be integrated with Facebook, Twitter, and all that kind of stuff. So you really have to, it's good to have your own platform when it comes to mobile phones, just because it's your own platform and you control it. But you have to integrate that with everything else that's out there as well.
And will their comments be broadcast?
Well, yeah. So what'll happen is when people record themselves, they actually can appear on the show. So it's kind of a cool thing. And then we're actually have people down in DC going up to the politicians and telling them, look, 5 million people want you to vote this way. And then that's all filmed for the television show. So the politicians are going to be like, suddenly the camera's on them. And are you guys working for us? Oh, and by the way, here are a bunch of videos of people that want to express themselves as well. So,
like a signature.
yeah, so we're going to really sort of integrate the audience into the show and, really use the technology seamlessly.
Yes.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
I'd like to get your opinion on the release of the interview directly online. And how is that going to affect future releases? And could it be a viable way to release future films?
Well, YouTubers are doing it. I know, Gary, you're working on that. Camp Dakota did it. They released it online through iTunes. It went to #1. So a lot of online personalities are skipping Hollywood completely, and they're releasing it for a price on iTunes, and they're hitting #1 and making a good chunk of money the first few weeks, right?
Yeah, I made a choice not to release my film theatrically. It's the first time I've not released. I've had 4 studio films released theatrically, and I consciously decided I wanted to go the digital route with this film, and it's been phenomenal.
Nice.
And we've only been out for a week. It's been really great.
Fantastic.
And what's interesting is we didn't have to do as much promotion as I'd normally have to do for a film that's being released theatrically, because social media, the people have been watching the film and they're now generating the.
Oh, it goes viral.
It's going viral. Yeah, that's
half
yeah.
your budget.
It's really great.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Brandon, did you have a comment?
No, I was just gonna ask Troy, did you go through Vimeo, or who's your outlet for streaming and
We're
downloading?
iTunes,
iTunes.
and Amazon.
Okay, got it.
And let's see, iTunes and Amazon right now. That's been great. And it's available at Walmart and Target.
Oh.
But really, we're most impressed with the digital sales.
Yeah, years ago, I did a documentary about the people who waited in line for Star Wars called Star Wait. We waited with them for 6 weeks, and we documented the whole thing. And it came out. Target did it on DVD, and something I would never do again, because you have distributors who suddenly were like, "No, you didn't make that much money." It was the gross versus the net. We had a gross deal. I had to sue them. Literally, the lawsuit happened. We finally fixed it. Came out in 2000. We made it 2002. Came out 2005, and 3 months ago we finally got a check. Wow. So I love the distribution model now. You don't have to get a distributor. You don't have to put it. And we probably would have sold a lot more, but it was 2002 when it came out. So we were every night actually filming, editing, and then putting it up online as one of the first sort of live reality documentaries online. But I would never go that route again. I would absolutely go digital distribution.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
One time I was at Holly Berry's quoted saying that she actually doesn't get as big questions from Monsters Ball. She always gets questions from Baps because they play it so much on BT. Do you get any type of hit, or do you know how to monetize that? I mean, they actually play it on a loop sometimes, like 4 or 5 times a month. Do you say, okay, well, let's go back to the network now because they're playing one of my properties, or I can build with that audience because they're watching it so much? I mean,
Yeah, I don't own the intellectual property at all. I actually do go and watch YouTube and sit there watching the numbers. Whoa, I got to do that again differently. So yeah, Hallie did a great job. And I think the reason why she gets so much attention for that performance is she was actually willing to go outside of herself and be this wacky, unbelievably over the top character. And yeah, it's definitely, it's got a nice little following on the web.
Always try to own your intellectual property. Is that the?
Yeah. Here's the takeaway.
Stay away from studios.
Yeah, when you're selling to people, take more of a ownership deal than a money upfront deal. That's sort of my
Yeah,
cry.
my next film, I won't go through a studio at all. I'm 100% prepared to go digital and do it myself.
Phenomenal.
Absolutely.
So if anyone in our erstwhile audience would like to get in touch with you, how about a Twitter handle or email address?
Everything is Troy Byer. Twitter at Troy Byer, Facebook Troy Byer, Troy at troybyer.com is the email address. Kept it simple.
At Mike Rotzman, Rotman, on Twitter. Yeah, that's probably the best way. If you want to see pictures of my cats and dogs, feel free to check it out on Instagram. That's just all my pets. I rescue animals, so that's that. But Twitter, probably the best way. Streamin' Garage without the G, so Streamin' Garage. You can see a lot of different stuff we've done over the past. And yeah, we're, in the end, we also do take pitches because, we get a lot of different people asking us for content. There's a lot of content now. The first 3, 4 years, 5 years, there was no money. Now suddenly there's a little bit of money. It's not TV money. It's not movie money, but there's definitely web money for productions that people need content for their MCNs or channels or branded deals or whatever they need.
I can be reached at, you can email me at chaz@underground.net. And yeah, I mean, our Underground Network itself is, we're trying to sort of position it as a sort of like early days MTV, sort of raw sort of programming. And really, so we are looking for people that have interesting content that's out there that we can sort of throw into the mix. So contact me if you have anything that you want to get out there. Yeah, it's chaz@underground.net. And if you go to underground.net, you'll see a little video, like a 2-minute video about the thing that we're doing. So Twitter, underground_net. I'm not really using that yet. I love Twitter. Twitter's fantastic. I just haven't, started promoting it yet. But, yeah, I will, of course. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
When he checks it.
We are at GRB TV for Twitter and GRB Entertainment for Facebook.
And I am Brandon at streetlegendsinc.com. That's Inc. with a K. And our Twitter is at Blockheads, BLOKHEDZ.
Email is, the easiest one is info@convergence.com, CONVERGENZ as in zebra.com. And Twitter is at CoconutH2O. And that's an O, not a 0. And we're developing a lot of Caribbean content at the moment for a channel targeted at the diaspora, as well as Caribbean expats that are exiled here. One last question. We're looking for a phone, and a gentleman named Mark apparently has it.
Say your number for everybody.
Is that it then? We have one last question. Here we go.
Just out of curiosity, I learned recently that in some Asian countries, I think particularly in China, they have a new app where theatrical, audience goes into the movie and they make comments through the app, and they actually appear on the screen as the movie is being watched. Do you see some of this happening here?
There is something here called Pulse, and it's agnostic to format, but you can essentially integrate Pulse into your content and then get folks to give you feedback.
So, but this is in the movie theater.
Right, and you can do it in the theater. Yeah, we've seen it deployed on the concert circuit. U2 first initiated it maybe about 18 months ago, where you could essentially send it like a $2 donation to the charity of the night, and then see your name on the screen, or make a request, that sort of thing. So we have seen technology apps that do that. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience.
Thank you.
So
I have to write your email on the next one of those emails.